Good morning. Is it detective still or sergeant?
Sergeant Keykendall.
Sergeant Keykendall. What division are you with now?
I'm in criminal investigations.
Okay. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Walker Farris. So I want to go back and talk about what were your job responsibilities in 2018?
I was assigned to the Day's Persons Unit, and I worked under Sergeant Hands.
In the what persons unit?
Persons Crimes Unit.
Okay.
And I worked with Detective Hayes, and Sergeant Hands was our sergeant at the time.
And who?
Sergeant Hands.
Okay. So y'all were the Persons Crimes Unit.
Yes, sir.
What is that? I mean, every case would involve a person, so could you be a little more specific what that would mean?
Correct. So criminal investigations at that juncture was divided into several units. So we had a crimes against children unit that investigated crimes against children. We had a night shift family violence unit. We had a property crimes unit that looked into thefts and burglaries. We also had a financial crimes unit that dealt with fraud. So on Day's Persons, we worked non-family violence crimes against persons, which would include everything from shootings, stabbings, robberies, rapes, but it would be under the non-family violence part of that. So neighbors fighting would fall under us, things of that nature. But if something happened during the day that was family violence, that was like a shooting or a stabbing, we would still respond to it and investigate it, and generally we would keep those cases.
Okay. So technically this case would not have fallen under what you guys normally would do.
That's incorrect.
That's incorrect?
Yes.
Okay. But you just said that you guys were not a domestic violence unit.
Correct, but that's in terms of what cases we were assigned on a daily basis. But like I tried to clarify, if something happened, such as a shooting or a stabbing or a rape or a robbery during the day, we did not separate it out into family violence or not, because the family violence unit worked at night, so they weren't even in the office. So we would go out and investigate anything of a person's crimes nature that happened during the day. And we do generally retain those cases and continue on with those investigations.
So you would generally retain those cases, but you could hand that off to the domestic violence unit?
In certain instances that would happen, but something like a shooting, especially a shooting where we were primarily involved with from the beginning of it, we retain those cases and that investigation. And in something like this, my unit would typically, for something like a murder, because it is something that generally fell under Day's Persons, even if it was family violence, oftentimes we would get called in after hours, and we would investigate those cases as the primary case agents. So even if there was a murder, for example, that happened at like 9 o'clock at night and Detective Hayes and I were at home, our phones would ring and we'd come out and generally take lead on some of those cases. Depends on who's available, who they have working, and what is known at the time. But I came in many times after hours and on weekends for kidnappings or armed robberies or murders to assist with everything from becoming the case agent and taking over the case entirely to just assisting, doing interviews and writing search warrants, or assisting the crime scene unit and things like that. So we would work effectively cases that would fall into what other agencies would define as like your major crimes or robbery, homicide, things like that. So my unit would take primary on a lot of those cases as well, but not in every case.
Okay. So you just said a lot right there, but this is the way I interpret it. Tell me if I'm wrong. You basically work on a first come, first served basis. You're on duty, case comes up, you stay with the case. Is that correct?
In certain instances, yes. In certain instances, we do transfer those cases to the units that would commonly fall under. For example, during like an on-call, for example, if a child crime came out, the on-call detective, regardless of unit, would respond to it, investigate that to the best of their knowledge at the time with everything they could do, and typically, like for example, a child molestation would be transferred to the Crimes Against Children unit the next day, unless that detective retained that case, and that was sometimes left up to supervision.
So, but in this case, when you guys first arrived, what were you doing earlier that day, by the way?
I don't remember.
Okay. And would you typically be with Detective Hayes throughout the day at that time in your career?
We worked our cases were not assigned like in terms of we were partners. They were assigned independently. So I had a caseload and he had a caseload. So he would be working his cases, I would be working mine. Sometimes that would mean that we would work together. Sometimes that means that we just work completely independently.
Okay. But when you were called out to this case, obviously there was no indication that there had been a murder, correct?
When we responded to this case, we responded like we do in every case. It was a death investigation.
So I believe I heard you on a number of recordings say that you investigate every death in Cherokee County.
I don't
Maybe
believe
not you personally, but Cherokee County Sheriff's Office.
We respond to deaths in the county, but not inside the city limits.
Not inside the city limits of Holly Springs, Canton, Ball Ground.
Typically, but we have been asked to assist them in the past.
Okay. But that's what you did.
We investigate deaths. Yes.
Even natural deaths.
Yes, we do.
Right. Because I heard you say that in interviews.
Yes, sir. We investigate natural deaths, accidental deaths, suicides, homicides.
Okay. Why do you investigate natural deaths? Would that not be something for the coroner to do?
We work in conjunction with the coroner's office to investigate natural deaths because the goal in going out to those is to determine if it in fact is a natural death or if it is a homicide or an accidental death or something else. So we do go out to determine the manner and cause of death in conjunction with the coroner's office for deaths in Cherokee County.
Right. So you noted early in your incident report and in your audio recordings that, I mean, you applied for a search warrant almost immediately.
It was done early in this case, yes, sir, before the house was searched, I believe.
Okay. What probable cause?
I did not obtain the search warrant, so I've never read the affidavit, so I don't know what probable cause was necessarily written in it.
You didn't obtain the search warrant?
I did not write the original search warrant, no, sir.
But you just know that a search warrant was completed before you went in the house?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that?
Because that information was relayed to me by investigators and supervisors on scene.
Did you see it?
I read the search warrant itself, but I don't believe I've ever read the affidavit.
Okay. Do you know if y'all were already saying there was a murder at that time?
At the point in time we responded to the scene, we knew that we had a human remains on a, well, appeared to be human remains on a fire, burned to a degree of which none of us had ever seen before in many years of law enforcement experience. We knew that people were already talking away from family members and providing information that had us very concerned. And when we respond to any death investigation, we look at it as a potential homicide from the onset of the case until we find evidence to support that it is not a homicide.
And so that evidence would have been Scott Farris telling multiple people that a gun was missing, yes?
That is not the only information that we had, no.
What other information?
The degree to which the body was burned. I had been taught in previous homicide classes that bodies caught up in brush fires or caught up on fires are oftentimes not burned up to that degree, and that should be a very concerning thing if you were to see it when you initially respond to somebody that has fallen on a fire. So I have been taught that in homicide schools, that if somebody is in like a brush fire or like even like a little burn pile, but they are like almost gone and all you have is some bones, that is a very concerning thing, and you should take note of that and start looking deeper as soon as you see something along those lines. So that in conjunction with family members already starting to talk about other family members in terms of everything from potential drug problems to missing guns to also notably potentially blood in the house, all of these things and combined led us to be concerned that this was potentially more than an accidental death or a natural death from pretty much the onset of law enforcement's arrival. Most of that information was gained by even uniformed patrol before Detective Hayes and I made it on scene.
Right, because Scott Farris was telling multiple people that a gun was missing in the house.
That is one of the factors, but again, not the only factor.
Did you already know that he was telling people that before he got in your car for your interview with Scott Farris? Yes,
sir. I had heard that when he was alone with one of the officers on scene, he had started reporting that there was a firearm missing. He had also said that there was possible, he believed it was blood in the house, which again, those facts combined with how severe the body was burned and how there was almost nothing left of a very large man led us to immediately have concerns that this death was potentially something that wasn't an accidental death or a natural death. So we investigate every case like a homicide from the onset until we have evidence to prove otherwise, and we didn't have any evidence to prove otherwise.
Okay, tell me about your interview with Scott Farris.
It was done in my car, away from everyone else, so nobody else could hear it. It was audio recorded.
Okay, what did he tell you?
We talked for an hour and a half about everything from the family dynamics.
What time of day was that, by the way? Was the sun still up?
It was around 2 p.m.
So within the first hour of your arrival, you got there about what, 1:30 you said?
Yes, sir. It was around 1:30.
So within 30 minutes of your arrival, he's in the car with you talking to you.
I wouldn't say within, but it was around 2 p.m.
Okay. Within the first hour?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So he gets in the car with you, and tell me what he said.
Over the course of the time that we spoke, he talked about some things that he had seen that was concerning in the house. He had talked about the relationship dynamics between Gary and Melody. We talked about just the family history. We talked about Gary's health problems because, again, we're trying to determine if the nature of this case is something that could be an accidental death or a natural death. And we also learned that Gary was reckless with fires, and he tended to make very large fires. And we spoke about Gary's, health problems and health concerns and high blood pressure and his spells that he was having. So we talked about an awful lot of stuff.
Sure. So in your report, you noted that Scott told you that the tractor was in an odd spot. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you remember that he told you that it was normally in a specific place, but it was poorly parked?
He said it was parked in a spot that was odd for the tractor to be parked.
Okay. And then he also brought up conversations about his mother only having access to Gary's bank account and having his PIN number. That's all access she had. He brought that up to you, yes?
We did talk about the financials, yes, sir.
Okay. So he brought that up to you.
While we were speaking, he did talk about how she has access to a debit card and that's the way she accesses the money to spend it.
And he's the one that said that his mom produced the wallet?
Yes, that was brought up early on as well, is that she had, while looking for Gary and trying to determine if he was still at the residence or had potentially left, one of the things they looked for was the wallet, and she did produce the wallet, yes.
And he's the one that brought up something about a CPAP machine?
Yes, Gary used a CPAP machine every night.
Okay. But then he's the one that tells you the story that, and this was within, again, the first hour of you arriving on the scene. Scott Farris tells you that a few weeks ago, he was helping an AT&T repair guy at the residence. He was looking for a remote and opened the wooden piece of furniture near the door in the living room area downstairs in the basement. When he opened the drawer, he found a leather holster with what appeared to be a .38 caliber revolver in it. Yes, he told you that. It's in your report.
I don't know if that's the exact phrasing, but that's how I paraphrased it. But yes, he told me that.
You would agree that's how you put it in your report?
Yes.
Okay. And that he had never seen this gun before. And when he checked for the gun again on the 5th, while looking for Gary, he noticed that it was not there. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And he saw a couple of drops of blood of what appeared to be in the basement, and he did not notice any chemical odor in the area. You wrote all that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there were no other... And Scott... I asked Scott about the firearms on the property, and he said there was a shotgun in the basement closet and an old shotgun over the door, and also an old rusted .22 rifle. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that point, he didn't mention that he had a lot of rounds of .38s in his barn apartment, right?
I did not ask him about what kind of ammunition was there.
Right. You didn't ask him about any of his guns, did you?
I think I phrased the question more specifically to the house. Right. But I'm not exactly positive on how I phrased the question.
Okay. And was it at that point? Now, okay. So, but you're aware that everything that Scott Farris told you at that point, that was essentially y'all's theory of the case from that second on all the way to this very moment.
That's incorrect.
Why is that incorrect?
Because at that point in time, what we do is we ask questions and we get information, but then we have to take that information and follow up with it to find evidence that supports or refutes it. At the beginning stages of this case, we did know very little. We knew that somebody was reporting a firearm being missing, reporting blood being in the basement. We knew we had a severely burned body on the fire, the likes of which none of us had ever really seen before, to include house fires where houses collapsed on people. So we were investigating this case as truly and honestly as a fact-finding mission to find the truth as you could possibly do, because we didn't know what happened. We didn't know how originally, when we first got there, we didn't know what had to happen to get a body to that stage of being burned. We didn't have that knowledge. We have to ask questions, we have to get the information, and we have to follow up with that information. And we don't necessarily take anything for face value just because somebody said it. We have to go investigate that part of it and find the supporting evidence. And over time, it starts to paint a picture of who's telling the truth and who's lying, and what is factually based and what is not factually based. So it is we gather information to find the evidence to get to the truth. And part of my initial conversation with Scott, I didn't know how at all Gary got in the fire. I simply was just asking questions to get information because he had information to provide. He wanted to talk, so I needed to know what he was going to tell me and what information he was going to say at that juncture. We didn't know Gary had been shot, so we had no theories. We had no idea who killed Gary, if he was killed. These are things we just didn't know when I was speaking with him in the first 30 minutes of arriving on scene. It was just to see what information he would tell us, and then the investigation kind of balloons out from there, and we start gathering more information and following up with alibis and talking to more people. So we didn't have a conclusion drawn in the first 30 minutes of this case.
Okay. So you mentioned earlier this class you went to about burned bodies and training. Was that Sick or what was that?
It was a homicide school or a managing death investigations. I'm not sure which one it was, but it was in one of those because I've been to several schools relating to death investigations. I don't remember which one it was, but I do remember that they talked about bodies typically just in brush fires or that fall on little burn piles don't end up that severely burned. And so that is something I do remember, but I don't remember which class it was from.
Okay. So in any of those classes at your homicide school, did they tell you that it's very common that there are people that will come to the police first to steer the investigation away from themselves? You obviously were told that in homicide school, right?
That is something I've learned through my career, yes.
You learned that. Okay. So would that not have been suspicious to you that Scott Farris, within an hour, is pointing you away from him, and he has provided you with his mother's alleged financial motive and a murder weapon? And nobody had a clue that there had been a murder.
I wouldn't say that that made us necessarily suspicious of him, but right out of the gate, we were doing an investigation into what happened to Gary, which included, as the investigation got more and more information, it included investigating Scott. We looked at Scott and his potential involvement into the death of Gary as quickly and as reasonably as we did anyone else in this case that we knew of that we needed to look at. So Scott was investigated for any of his involvement. I believe we forensically analyzed his phone and looked at, I believe phone records were obtained for him. His alibi was sought out and he was interviewed multiple times. So Scott was investigated. It's not something that we just took his word for because he said it.
We'll talk about that because I don't think you were involved in a lot of the follow-up years later investigation of Scott. But at this point, after your interview with Scott, what did you go do? Did you go tell Hayes what he said? What did you do?
I don't remember if I spoke to Hayes before I interviewed Chris, but the next thing I did was speak to Chris. And that was also done in my vehicle away from everyone else, and that was also audio recorded.
All right, so you went from Scott to Chris. All right, tell me what Chris told you.
In speaking with Chris, he relayed a lot more of the family dynamics between Melody and Gary and things he had seen and things that his daughters had told him that they had seen. And we spoke about the relationship and we spoke about the finances. We spoke about him and how the body was found and what his observations were and things of that nature.
Okay. And he told you, you asked him where he was through the last couple of days, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you remember what he told you?
Yes, sir. Over the course of, I spoke to Chris twice in particular, and through those two conversations, I did get a list of his timelines from basically the 3rd through the 5th because Gary was last seen by anybody reasonably on the 3rd, and Chris was one of the last people to have seen him.
Okay. In that conversation, did Chris bring up to you that his parents had been upset about a month before for him stealing from his father? Did you ever find that out?
I don't remember if I spoke to Chris about that or not.
Okay. All right. So at what point did you glean anything else from his interview, by the way?
That Melody was exceedingly upset that there was a beach trip planned that Gary was going to be paying for a condo.
Because he was stealing money from the family.
In that particular case, from the way Chris explained it to me, is that he wanted to go on a beach trip to take his children. He had mentioned it to Gary. And Gary had offered to basically, the way I understood it, was upgrade the room because Gary could afford a nicer room than Chris could afford. So the belief was that Gary would pay for the nicer room and that Melody was invited and that they would all go on a nice beach vacation together, which was supposed to happen, I believe, a couple days after the 5th, but I don't remember the exact date the beach trip was supposed to happen.
Okay. So at this point, had you learned from either Scott or Chris that she was having affairs?
Yes, that came up in our conversations as well.
With Scott and Chris?
Yes.
Okay, so they'd already both told you their mother's having affairs and the issue with her being angry about money, things like that?
Yes, sir.
That they were taking from their dad?
That their dad was giving them.
Okay. That's your opinion?
That's what they told me.
That's what they told you, right?
Yes.
And that's what you believe?
No, that's just what they told me.
All right. So at what point was it then your job, I think you said yesterday, you just kind of went and stood next to the tractor for an extended period of time?
I did. I went and secured the tractor because we knew that it had been moved and it was something that was far away from where we're all standing at because the barn was pretty far away. Okay. So I was asked to go stand by with the tractor until a member of the crime scene unit could come and process it.
All right. Did you walk through the barn at any point?
At one juncture, I did follow Lieutenant Stewart, who's on the crime scene unit, as he was photographing, and I walked with him.
You were with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you would have been, going back to Stewart, photos. So you were over here at this tractor.
Yes, sir.
And do you remember what time of the day, were you with him when these pictures were, is that you?
That is me.
Okay. So you were with him when pictures were being taken?
Yes, sir.
Did you, were you the one that spotted the blood on the step, or was that Stewart?
No, sir, that was not me.
Okay. This blood?
I'm not aware of that blood. He processed the tractor, I did not.
Okay. But why were you staying with him the whole time?
Just to hold things for him and hand him stuff when he needed it.
So you were with him when he took these pictures?
I did follow behind him, yes.
So you'd have been right there, right here with him? Yes?
Or nearby.
Okay. And you've seen this room in the barn?
I'm not sure what specifically in the barn that I saw at that juncture.
Does any of this ring a bell?
It does look familiar.
Okay. So, how long were you with Stewart before you went back to interviewing witnesses?
I believe when I was with Stewart, it was around 8 p.m. At a certain juncture, I ended up back at the house and in the basement, and that was a little after, around 10 o'clock. And that's when I asked the crime scene unit if I could assist with them searching the basement. Okay.
Well, let me stop before we get into the search of the basement. Did you, and I forgot to ask you this, and this was in your report too, when you were talking to Chris. Chris made it a point also, and we're still within the first 2 hours of your investigation. He tells you that his mother has a relationship with, I believe, Rusty Barton. Brings up the name Rusty Barton within the first 2 hours. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that she has a tattoo, XOXO. Yes?
Yes, sir.
And has 2 cell phones. Yes?
Yes, sir. It had come up that I don't think Chris had the specific knowledge of the 2 cell phones. That more came from Scott. but Chris did mention it because I believe he had heard it from Scott.
The XOXO was the tattoo, was the contact in the phone. That's what he told you, Chris.
And I believe he learned that information from his children. I don't believe he had seen that himself, if I recall correctly.
Okay. So let's go back to, and you were also around for the accelerant test, correct?
Yes, sir. I did take photos as Investigator Daniels swabbed the hands of Melody Farris and Scott Farris.
All right, so in that swab, did anybody ever think to do y'all even have a gunpowder residue test or anything like that?
We do have GSR kits, yes, sir.
All right. Did anybody ever think about doing something like that?
GSR kits, gunshot residue is very short-lived evidence. If a shooting had happened a day or two earlier, we're generally not going to be doing gunshot residue kits on people days later. That's something we try to do very quickly after a gun's been discharged.
Okay.
Almost to the point of an exigency to get it because the evidence can be so short-lived.
Sure. What about on a gunshot residue test? I think that's what GSR?
GSR, yes.
Can you do that on like walls and furniture and stuff?
I have not personally done it on a wall or furniture, and I don't know what the GBI stance specifically of that is.
The GBI?
Yes, we send the GSR kits to the GBI's forensics labs for processing. We don't process those in-house. We will collect them, package them, and send them off for testing.
But it's something that could have been done, yes?
I'm not aware if that is a proper use of the GSR kits. I have not done that myself.
All right. So about what time did you go in the house?
I don't remember exactly what time I would have re-entered the home.
All right. But definitely after the warrant was signed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's what you testified to earlier. So you found this bullet right here.
I did.
All right. What else did you find in the house?
The only other items I recall specifically collecting were a comb, a toothbrush, and a razor.
Right. So you found this bullet. Did you take these? Did you take these pictures?
No, sir.
Because you had a camera with you, right?
At that juncture, I don't believe that I did.
So let's talk about how you found this bullet. Down in this basement area. This would be the basement area?
Yes, sir.
So how did you find it?
Well, after asking Lieutenant Ballard and Melanie Thrasher if I could assist them in searching the basement, I was walking around the coffee table and I looked down and saw the projectile.
All right. Was the ottoman pulled out from the chair like this, or was it up against the chair?
It was not up against the chair when I looked down and saw the projectile.
Right. So this is important, and I just kind of want to talk about everything you saw at that time before anybody else saw this bullet. You didn't see any blood at all on the chair, right?
I had not seen any blood on the chair, no, sir.
And did you see anything that appeared to be broken or out of place?
I don't know necessarily what would be in place or out of place, but I didn't see any blood, and I don't recall seeing anything broken.
Well, you saw a bullet, and you believe that to be out of place, right?
I did, yes.
And you saw some blood on the floor. You believe that to be out of place, right?
I didn't go specifically look at the blood because they were processing it and taking photographs at the time, so I stayed pretty far back. But yes, I did see the projectile on the ground, and when you see a bullet with blood on it, it does look out of place when you have a body that's severely burned on a fire.
Okay. But right here in this picture, which is a zoomed-in version of this, there was no other blood around this bullet, right?
I'm not sure. As soon as I was looking in the area and I saw the bullet, the crime scene processing unit was only a couple feet away, so I got their attention and I stepped back and let them process and collect the evidence.
But you didn't see that. You didn't see any blood, correct?
I didn't see any blood.
Right.
Next to the bullet, no, sir.
Right. And you didn't see any holes in the chair or anything like that?
No.
All right. Because that would make sense. You know, if a bullet has been shot and somehow it's underneath an ottoman, that it would probably go through the ottoman, would it not?
That's an inaccurate statement.
Well, then you tell me.
Well, very simply, I don't know what the bullet hit when it was fired, and I don't entirely know exactly what it would have struck or not struck it.
Detective Keykendall, I understand that it's been kind of made out that you were not very important to this investigation, but on July the 5th of 2018, you were important to this investigation, were you not?
I do believe that I was an important player and investigator in this case, so I don't think that I
You don't think you were, or you do? I couldn't hear you.
I think that I am an important part of this case, yes, sir.
Yes, okay. So at that time, you're in the basement, you find the bullet, and you don't think it's important to look around and see, oh, could this have ricocheted off of anything? Should we look into that? Should we take pictures of that? Yes?
I turned the scene of, as soon as I found the bullet, I turned it over to our crime scene processing unit because they have a lot more advanced training than I do in evidence collection. And I let them photograph. And of course, I looked around to see if I could see a bullet hole or any other evidence. And I just didn't see anything that hadn't already been spotted. The only thing I saw that hadn't already been observed, notated, or photographed or marked was the bullet.
So as this case has gone on, this jury has heard from a number of witnesses, crime scene techs along the way, crime scene tech Thrasher. Would you believe her to have been the one in charge of the house?
I'm not sure from a crime scene perspective who was in charge of searching the crime scene.
And I think it's been hard for us, as we've sat here through this trial, to figure out who's actually in charge of this case and this crime scene. But tell me if this is an accurate statement. Crime scene techs take information from detectives to find what to look for, yes?
Yes.
All right. So then detectives, they get information from crime scene techs to know what questions to ask. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So, but it kind of seems as if there's no real organization in this crime scene. Did you feel that this crime scene was unorganized at the time?
No, sir.
Can you tell me why not?
Well, the scene was organized. We had a number of supervisors on scene. We had captains, lieutenants, sergeants. We had a case agent. And the scene was organized, but the scene was large. So any one person is going to be likely not know what all the other people are responsible for doing because they know what their task is. So there was organization on the scene, and it wasn't disorganized.
Who was running this whole case at that time?
We had, well, there was a number of supervisors that were there that were running various aspects of the case. We had Captain Pinion at the time was there, Lieutenant Darrell Clark was there, Lieutenant Ballard was there, Lieutenant Carter was there as well at one juncture. We had Sergeant Shaw was over at the burn pile for a large portion of it. And when I found the bullet, Lieutenant Ballard was in the basement with Melanie Thrasher as they were processing the blood that was found next to the bar.
Okay, so here's where I want to know. On this crime scene, where did the buck stop? Who was the final say on this crime scene? There had to be one.
Well, in this particular case, what I was being tasked with, I was being asked to perform specific job functions for the most part, and I was accomplishing those job functions and then either reporting back to Sergeant Hands or Detective Hayes. So from my perspective, those are typically, I was getting asked to do things like stand by the tractor. Once I completed that, I went back to find out what else I needed to do. Okay. So very specifically, I responded back to my direct supervisor or Detective Hayes, who was the case agent.
Okay. But it appears, and tell me if I'm wrong, that there were multiple leaders on this crime scene, correct?
There had to be because the scene was so large. So at a certain juncture, for example, at the barn, when Sergeant or Lieutenant Stewart, I don't know his rank at the time, when he was at the barn processing the barn and no other crime scene techs were around, he was responsible for that area of the property. He was responsible for processing that. And then you had the area of the burn pile, and then you had the area of the home. So yes, there was different levels of supervision, plus the structure of any police agency is a rank-based structure. So you have investigators and detectives who answer to sergeants, and the sergeants answer to lieutenants, and the lieutenants answer to captains. And when you have all of those on scene, they do have different areas of responsibility. So it's not disorganized, there's just a rank structure. And yes, different people are in charge of different aspects of the case.
All right, so, but it seems very chaotic on this crime scene from everything that's been presented to this jury.
I wouldn't describe it as chaotic. There was a lot going on, and if anyone wasn't aware of what was happening from the outside looking in, I can't, and know what somebody would have seen or thought. But from my perspective, I didn't think it was disorganized. I thought we did have organization. I knew what my job role was, and I knew who to go back and report to.
Were you aware that this was that Thrasher was new in the crime as a crime scene tech? Did you know that?
I don't know how new she was or wasn't.
You didn't know?
I'm not on the crime scene unit.
Okay. Was there ever a discussion? Were you involved in any discussion to ever say, because you say you're well trained, and the GBI sometimes is invited to take over crime scenes because they have quite a lot of resources. Yes, and training.
There are agencies that do request the GBI to take over crime scenes, and there's other times where agencies request the GBI to come out and help or assist for something that they have. They are able to further that investigation through their knowledge and expertise, but it is agency dependent.
Okay. But you would agree with me that the GBI is well trained at crime scene intake.
The GBI is well trained, yes, sir.
Okay. So were you around or available for any discussions that would have taken place regarding inviting the GBI to come take over this crime scene?
I was not part of any discussion that discussed the GBI taking part of the crime scene. We have very experienced crime scene technicians that have a lot of training, knowledge, and experience, and we generally retain our own cases, and I'm not aware of any case, and I'm not aware of any case we've ever turned over to the GBI crime scene unit, unless I actually can't think of a single one where we've ever turned over a crime scene to the GBI in whole. Now they have come out and assisted, and they do work officer-involved shootings from their perspective, but that's a different thing because they are the ones who handle those.
Okay. So you found the bullet and then left, essentially, after that, not long after that.
I do believe that I had conversations with Detective Hayes and Sergeant Hands, and then ultimately I did speak with Chris a little bit after finding the bullet.
Now, while you were walking around, had anybody started to talk about we should luminol this house?
That was not a conversation I probably would have been a part of.
All right. And did anybody think about luminoling the barn?
I don't know if that was a conversation. I wouldn't have been a part of that conversation.
Well, the reason I have a problem with that, because at the time you had interviewed multiple very important parties in this case. And if you're not communicating, okay, so this guy over here says there's a bullet, that's you, and this guy says a gun's missing, shouldn't you be communicating with the crime scene techs about what they need to be looking for?
Yes, and that communication was done.
And that was done. And then you kind of communicate it and you leave, but you don't double check and say, hey, did you guys do gunshot residue on the walls? You didn't ask that question?
I did not tell the crime scene unit how to process the crime scene.
Right, it's just like you boom, hand it off, I gotta go. That's what you did.
It's not exactly like that. We generally have a discussion. I pass the information up my chain of command and also make sure the case agent knows, and that information is communicated between the different entities, but it's not an accurate depiction of we pass the information off and then we run away and do something else. That's just simply not how it goes. But I also don't tell the crime scene techs how to process the crime scene because I'm not trained in advanced crime scene processing like they are.
Okay. And Detective Keykendall, you would agree with me, and I understand you work for Cherokee County Sheriff's Department, and you have since what year?
I was hired in 2011.
2011. So you've been there, you're a career man. You've been there 13 years. And I wouldn't expect you to say anything adverse to your agency. But you would agree with me that you had never been on a crime scene like this at that time, where you have a crime scene that is a burn pile, you have a crime scene at a house, and also you have other crime scene at a barn. You've got, at least at that point, a tractor with blood on it that had been found. So you have at least 3 different locations in this very large property. You've never been involved in anything like that, yes?
That's an inaccurate statement.
Well, then tell me why I'm wrong.
We've been on plenty of scenes that have multiple scenes, but at the same token, every murder's different. So if the fact of you had a barn, a tractor, a burn pile, and a house, that very specific set of items to process and secure, I'm not aware of that specifically presenting itself, but have we worked crime scenes that are very large and have multiple areas and multiple spots that are roped off prior to this? Absolutely.
Okay. So at what point did you go back to interview witnesses?
As I had said, I spoke with Chris over the phone again that night around midnight, and then the next day I came.
Had you been informed
back
yet
to the house
when you talked to Chris? Had you been informed there was a bullet?
Yes, when I talked to Chris in the phone call at night. Yes.
Right, and you noted, and I noticed something about you, Detective Keykendall, and I think you are a polite person. I don't think many people would, especially this jury, sit here and listen to me talk for, I don't know, 2 weeks now. And I don't know that I would get regarded as a polite person. But you are. And you called Chris, which at that time, he would have been a suspect, right?
I don't think that at that juncture I could rightly call anyone. I think the best way to describe it is like this. At the very early stages of this investigation, I know most people have heard of Schrodinger's cat. It's both dead and alive in a box all at the same time. It's almost like that. Both everybody's a suspect and nobody's a suspect because we didn't have enough information to rule people in or rule people out. But
you called Chris in the middle of the night and you apologized to him. You said, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry that I have to tell you this, but there was a bullet found in your father. Do you remember doing that?
Yes, I did call Chris and revealed to him that we found evidence that his father was shot.
And did you do the same thing for Scott?
I did not.
Okay. But you told Chris?
Yes.
All right. And that essentially means that you ruled him out at that point as a suspect.
That is not true.
Why is that not true?
Because it's not.
Okay. Well, then let's talk about some of the follow-up investigation you did or did not do on Chris. You called Jenna, yes?
I did.
In the days following?
Yes.
Maybe the next week. I think it was the next week.
I actually had reached out to Chris and Scott, I believe, on Saturday. I'm sorry. I called Chris and Jenna, and I reached out to them and left a message on Saturday morning-ish time frame.
All right. And when did you eventually talk to Jenna? Do you remember?
I believe it was Tuesday the 10th.
Tuesday the 10th. So you talked to Jenna, and what had Chris told you about where he was or where he was through the hours of the 3rd? Because the jury's familiar with the timeline at this point, so we won't go back through all that. But you received kind of a timeline of the case and the last time that Gary had been seen. So what did you learn about what Chris had been doing?
In terms of which conversation? My conversation with Jenna?
Let's go with what Chris said first.
I had run through Chris's timeline with him, and again, we're not going to go back through it, but I had gotten his timeline from the 3rd through the 4th and through the 5th towards getting back to the house when the body was found. And I did ultimately talk to Jenna to get a statement from her regarding Chris's whereabouts and her accounting of that as well.
Okay, so you knew from Chris that he went to the property on the 3rd.
Yes.
And saw his father about 5:30 or 5 o'clock that day with his daughter Addison, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, and it took a long time later before anybody asked this question, but you didn't ask what his dad was wearing, did you?
No, I believe in one of my initial conversations with Chris, I asked him what his dad was wearing.
Okay. What about what his mom was wearing?
I asked that, and I remember I transitioned at one juncture back to what Gary was wearing, and I never clarified what Melody was wearing.
All right. And then they left, and they went to where?
I believe they went to a QT to get slushies.
All right. What about after that?
After that, they went home and picked up his wife, and then went to Poke City, which is a restaurant that's about a few minutes from their house.
So let's talk about what you did. You talked about Poke City. Did you go down there to Poke City?
No, sir. I was never asked to go down there.
You were never asked to go down there?
Correct.
Did you call Poke City?
I did.
And what did Poke City say? They said what?
They said they have video, but they wouldn't give me any information about it at all over the phone.
All right. But you didn't say, hey, Detective Hayes, Poke City said they got video. Can I go down there and get it?
No, I would have relayed that information to Detective Hayes.
You would have?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so who would have had to have made the call to say, I need you to go down there and look at that video?
I was never asked to go look at that video, so I did not go down there and look at it.
And you didn't volunteer to do that either, right?
No, sir, because I was being tasked with doing various things, and I was accomplishing those tasks to the best of my ability.
And then Chris said he went home and slept that night, right?
So after going to Poke City, he went and dropped Jenna back off at the house and then took Addison to get ice cream or gelatos and then went back to the house, and then that's where they slept.
Where'd they get gelatos?
I'm not sure exactly where they got gelatos.
Did you call to check that out?
He was with Addison. I don't remember if I asked that specifically where they got ice cream or not.
Well, that would have helped you with the timeline to know when he got the ice cream and then he got back to the house.
The timeline wouldn't. Their house is so far away from. So two things points to that. One, he's reporting being with his daughter. That's something I can verify that she's corroborating that statement that they went and got ice cream and went back home. So I have a person I could ask that question to. In addition to that effectively the length of time they would have been gone wasn't enough time to get all the way back up to the farm and then get all the way back home because they lived like 50 minutes away.
How many minutes?
I think they estimated it was about a 50-minute drive.
Okay.
I recall.
That's your estimate. You didn't check it out. You didn't go drive it?
I did not go drive it, no.
Okay, all right. So they go back to the apartment. You don't know what time because you never checked out when they had gelato. And apparently went to bed. So what did Chris do? Where did Chris sleep in the house?
I believe he slept in a bedroom different than Jenna that night because Addison wanted to sleep with Jenna.
Correct. And you were told that by Jenna, correct? Days later?
I believe I was told that specifically by Jenna, yes.
All right. And,
I also asked her if she would have known if Chris would have left the house, and she said that she would have been aware if he had left the house that night while they were sleeping.
While she was sleeping, she would have known. But would it shock you that she testified in front of this jury that she didn't know that he got up and left and went to the Peachtree Road Race that day?
I didn't hear her testimony, so I don't know what she said or didn't say.
When he left, she really didn't know. Right? You didn't check in on it, is what I'm saying. And so once you found out about this, when did you dump Chris's phone?
I did not dump Chris's phone.
All right. Did anybody? Do you know?
I'm not aware of all of the investigative actions that were done in this case. So I was specifically, again, tasked with accomplishing certain things, and I would go and accomplish those tasks and then report them back. So I don't know all of the things that were being done because I wasn't the case agent.
And we don't either, but it appears through all of the reports and everything in this case that you were kind of tasked with Chris and certain other people that were involved in this case, whereas Detective Hayes kind of more focused on Melody, you focused on everybody else. That was kind of, am I wrong?
Yes. I was tasked with talking to specific people at specific times or calling specific locations or going with people for specific things.
And you were just picking up the phone. You didn't go see these people. A lot of them, it was just recordings of phone calls.
Some of them were phone calls, absolutely.
Sure.
And sometimes we did go, like, for example, I went with Sergeant Westberg down to Burn Foreman to talk to Angela Phillips and his business partner, Eric Durlacher. That's not something we did over the phone.
All right, so you went down there and talked to Angela Phillips, but you didn't go down and talk to Jenna Farris.
Correct.
Right.
I did talk to Jenna Farris over the phone.
Did you also not find it weird in the phone call that Jenna Farris basically ended the phone call with, "Can we be done now"?
I had actually, I believe, had to, because Jenna Farris was obviously somebody that we did want to talk to because we were trying to speak to her. So if I recall correctly, I had to actually call some family members and try to get them to get Jenna to call me so that I could speak with her.
All right. So, in your opinion, you believe that even though Chris Farris was ultimately never checked out by any form of cell phone tracking, any kind of tracking, nothing, and his wife said she didn't sleep with him that night, and you didn't go check any surveillance photos or footage from his apartment, right? You didn't check that.
Well, you started out kind of going towards one question, then transitioned into another one.
I'll do a better job. I appreciate you being polite again, Sergeant Keykendall. I'll do a better job with my question. Don't you think that you should have went and checked to see if there was some surveillance footage of the apartment complex that night when you found out that Chris Farris did not sleep with his wife?
I was not necessarily independently going and doing a bunch of things. I was being asked to do certain things, getting that information and relaying it back. And then I would.
You didn't volunteer to do those things, did you?
No, sir. I was being tasked with doing them or asked to do them, so I did them.
Right, but you're a detective. That's your job, right?
It is.
You are to investigate crimes. You are to go talk to witnesses and say, I think detectives are the smart ones, right? That's why you're a detective, right?
Detectives are the smart ones?
Right, well...
It almost implies that other people aren't smart, which is why I hesitated.
What I'm saying is detectives are the ones who get off the street and they go out and they investigate crimes. They use their brain. They think out on the street and they investigate these cases. Yes?
Yes.
So if you find something, then you go investigate further. Yes? This is not controversial. Yes?
In this particular instance, and in this particular case, when I was asked to call, for example, Jenna Farris to get a statement from her and do what I can to get a statement from her, because at this juncture, we had already been trying to talk to her for several days and she wasn't returning our phone calls. So... Time out.
Would you not find that suspicious?
Well, at this juncture in the case, Melody had retained an attorney who advised the family to stop talking to us. So yes, we were having challenges talking to the family because her attorney told them to stop talking to us.
You'd admit that was good legal advice, right?
I can't comment on legal advice because I'm not an attorney.
Thank you, Detective Keykendall.
You're welcome.
But you never looked for surveillance footage, obviously.
I did not, no, sir.
You were not tasked with that.
Correct.
You were not tasked with doing a phone dump of Chris Farris, correct?
I did not dump Chris Farris's phone, no, sir.
You did not dump Jenna Farris's phone?
No, sir, I did not.
Nobody ever did, right?
I don't know.
Okay, you don't know. But you do know that you did dump Terry Brazel's phone, right?
I did not dump it, but we did get his consent when we were talking with Terry, and we went back to the free home precinct that his phone was forensically analyzed.
All right, so you did. That's just a neighbor, right?
It was somebody who was also friends with Melody, and when I was speaking with her, when I was asking her if she had anybody pursuing her or things of that nature, and it was kind of a long drawn out kind of questioning about other guys involved in her life to find out what other males might be around. Terry Braswell was the name that was mentioned. In addition, he shows up on her phone records in the time frame that we were investigating of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So talking with him and forensically analyzing his phone and getting a statement from him and looking at his phone records would have been something that this case would have involved.
Okay. But you spent more time with Terry Braswell than checking out the alibi of Chris Farris.
I don't think that is a fair representation because I was specifically asked to talk to Janet, and I did, and she ended the phone call at that juncture. And I was asked to find out if Poke City would have video or not have video, which I did do. And in terms of Terry, when we were speaking with him, we had a number of things we were trying to get out of Terry. So we did speak with him for a little while and ultimately determined that dumping his phone would be a good course of action at that juncture, and he consented to it. So we did take him. Well, he drove himself to the free home precinct, and we met him there, and his phone was forensically analyzed.
So since you weren't tasked with things, and you got to help me with this structure, because again, it seems like there's just a lot of different people making calls, but nobody's really at the top making the ultimate calls and controlling this case. Who would have made the decision to dump Chris Farris's phone?
That would have been the case agent.
The case agent?
Yes, sir.
Can you say his name?
Detective Hayes.
Detective Hayes. All right. What about doing any cell phone tower searches of Chris Farris?
I don't know what cell phone towers were or weren't searched.
Okay. But you weren't tasked, obviously.
I was not tasked with writing a search
That's
warrant to dump cell towers.
That's established. I'm sorry. Moving on, you then interviewed a Joanna Newton?
Yes.
Who was that?
She's a neighbor whose property resides on kind of the backside, well, what I call the backside, basically follow the road down. It kind of goes to a cul-de-sac, and her property's over in that area. So I did speak with her over the phone, but she wasn't home during the time frame that this would have happened.
All right. What about?
She wasn't home on the 3rd, 4th, or 5th at all, so she was out of town.
And you called the golf course at some point.
I did.
Scott was at.
I called the Hampton Golf Club because that was where Scott had said he went at 7:30 in the morning on the 4th, and I did follow up. I spoke with the Trevor Cross initially, and he walked me, and he was able to confirm that there was a 7:30 tee time that was scheduled by Ted. It was scheduled online. He was able to give me the pricing, how it was paid for. There was cash transactions and credit card transactions to pay for it. Part of it was paid online, part of it was in person. So they don't have video though, and I was able to speak to him, and he was able to confirm that the reservation was under the name Ted Pierce. And then a day or two later, Sean Kelly, who's the head golf pro, called and confirmed that he saw Philip the morning of the 4th as well. But they don't have any video there to obtain.
Did you go by and check, see if they had video? They just told you they didn't?
Correct.
Okay. What about... Tell me who Frank Allen and Portia Allen are.
They're across the street neighbors.
What did they tell you? There's something interesting there.
They had seen Gary on basically what they called the side-by-side earlier in the afternoon, down by the mailbox end of the driveway area. And they had also heard some fireworks in the area, I believe, as well.
Right. And did you get a timeline on those fireworks? It's not in your report.
But I don't remember what day they heard fireworks, but everybody, it's the 3rd and the 4th of July. I'm positive people were shooting off fireworks in those time frames.
Wouldn't it have been a good idea, though, to maybe ask them that question about what time frame they heard the fireworks?
I did. I just don't remember what they said.
Okay. You didn't write it in your report.
That's...
Okay. All right, so let's move on to another interesting character you ran across, John Lambert.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about John Lambert.
John Lambert works for, I'm going to get his company name wrong, I believe it's Home Innovation Technologies, something close to that. He services the automation systems in the houses. I was asked to call him, and I called him and spoke with him over the phone. He was able to clarify that he does not work on the security system in the house or the surveillance system in the house, so he wasn't able to assist with that because he doesn't service that. He services the other automated systems. He also said that he was at the house about a year earlier to do some of the service work. He met with Scott. He thought Scott was really odd, thought he was just strange. And also he reported hearing what he believed were gunshots in the area of the Purcell Lane and Birmingham Highway on the 3rd in the evening hours at I believe 9 or 10.
That's what your report says? Yes?
I believe so, yes.
And so that was just a phone call with John Lambert, right?
Yes, sir.
How come you guys didn't set up an interview with him?
The information he gave is documented in my report, and not every conversation is recorded. Okay. And not every conversation necessitates bringing somebody in. I inquired further as to why he thought Scott was odd, and very simply he referenced his military history as something that he just thought was strange. And also Scott made a comment about while looking over the property, reference that one day, would all be his, and wasn't said in a nefarious or threatening manner. So it did not necessitate having him come in to tell me that further.
How come you didn't put that in your report? About Scott saying it would be his one day?
Because my report is a summary, and I did notate that John thought Scott was odd, which he did.
Okay. Thank you very much, Detective. Okay, then you went and talked to Joanne Ward on July the 24th. How did you wind up getting up with Joanne Ward?
I was asked to give her a phone call, so I called her and spoke to her over the phone.
Why did you know why you were asking to call her?
I do not remember exactly why I was asked. I was just called. She was somebody that had information, and I needed to call and see what she had to say.
Okay, what did you learn?
I learned that she knew Gary from work, but they didn't work in the same law office. They just worked in the same building. And she said that basically they had kind of a flirty dynamic to their relationship, and they were talking and texting. and emailing each other. And it was flirting in nature, but it never progressed past that because she was not inclined to want to go further with anything unless there was what I think she referred to as extenuating circumstances, I think the term she kept using. So Gary was not divorcing Melody or separated from her, so she didn't want to get into any kind of further relationship with him.
But she did note, or at least you noted in your report, that he did not wear a wedding ring.
Yes.
Okay. And then you also interviewed Angela Phillips with Eric Durlacher, and you never asked Angela Phillips whether or not she was having an affair with Gary, correct? That never came up in your interview.
I don't recall if I specifically asked her that question. I think that we did explore the nature of their relationship, and I don't think that's something that she ever offered up to us.
Okay. But you found out later that she called back and was interviewed again, correct?
I'm not aware of exactly
you didn't know,
what.
And then she revealed that they had a relationship in the 90s.
I think I had heard that, but it was like years later.
Years later. But you didn't ask.
I don't recall if that's something that specifically came up in the interview. I don't recall if we directly asked her that or not.
So let's kind of get to what I want to ask you, and then I will sit down. I've not interviewed you or crossed you as long as I thought I would today, but you spent hours with Detective Hayes talking to Melody Farris, yes?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you were the primary interviewer you were the good cop in the interview, yes?
I wouldn't say that we utilize any kind of good cop, bad cop strategy. At that juncture in the investigation, you have to understand, this is less than 24 hours after Gary was found on the fire. The amount of information that we had at that time was rather limited. We simply were interviewing her to see what information we could get from her so that, again, we could get information, find evidence with that information, and get to the truth of what happened to Gary. When we talked to Melody, we were just trying to get that information that she had or what she would tell us. It was an effort to see what she would say, and as long as she was talking to us, we were getting information so that we could follow up with it.
But you were already accusing her of a murder.
I don't believe we ever specifically accused her of a murder in that interview.
And you spent hours and hours and hours with Melody, but you spent just a little bit of time with Scott.
I think we did speak with Melody for about 4 hours, but at a certain juncture, we were not in control of how that conversation necessarily ended. So the length of time is not entirely something that we had control over.
Okay. But you were taking information that you had gathered from Scott and Chris, and you were questioning her about the information that you learned from Scott and Chris, yes?
That's partially true, but it's also information we had found at the scene through speaking to or through talking to other family members, but also the scene itself, what we had observed, the projectiles that we found both in the house and in the decedent's body, and also the blood in the house and the movement of the tractor and things like this are part of the conversation. But also we wanted to know what information she had and what information she could offer us and what information she could give us, because we needed to know what knowledge she had about everything that happened on those days, because at the end of because she is the decedent's wife, she was at the house the night that in the time frames this could have occurred, and we needed to know if she saw anything suspicious, if she saw anything out of place, if anything had been moved, if she saw lights in the woods, if she saw somebody at the house, if she saw a suspicious vehicle. These are things that we would only know by asking her.
So you were also present for the dummy test. So I guess you'd kind of been removed from the case for a while.
Yes, sir.
How were you removed from the case, by the way?
I was retasked to do something else shortly after this case had transpired. So I went and did my job in another capacity, and I was asked to do some follow-up over time. The dummy test was one of those tasks I was asked to help out with.
All right. So you were asked to help with the dummy test, and there were two dummies. The dummy was shot in two different locations in the house, yes?
I'm not sure exactly where all the dummy was shot in the house. I was up at Scott's little area up there with one of the marshal's office people. I went in the house briefly when we first got there, and I know they were setting up, but I don't know where all they put the dummy or shot the dummy or anything like that.
Okay. So you're the one that found the bullet in the basement, yes?
Yes.
You've testified to that. And the dummy was shot in two different locations in the house, yes?
I don't know how many places it was shot, or I don't know. I don't know where they put it. I wasn't inside the house when the dummy was shot. Sorry.
You were the second in charge detective on this crime scene on July the 5th. Where was Mr. Farris shot?
I can't testify to where Mr. Farris was shot.
You can testify to where you think he was shot.
I am not going to comment on what I think.
You need to answer the question.
I will comment on what we know.
I need you to answer, Judge. He's not answering the question.
Judge, it's technically
Maybe say you
an
can't.
opinion.
No. Are y'all objecting to?
I'll let him answer.
Well, that's what
That's
what I
fine.
expected.
Yeah,
Your
that's
response
fine.
was. Otherwise, you would have objected to it being speculative. But if you're not objecting, then he can testify to it
I'm
if he
fine
can.
with answering the question if he can. If he's comfortable.
Can you repeat the question?
You were the second in charge detective. Number 1, Hayes. Number 2, Keykendall on the 5th. Yes?
I don't necessarily know if I could necessarily specify number 2. Was I assisting Detective Hayes? Absolutely.
Okay. Where do you think Gary Farris was shot?
I look at the evidence and I know that there's blood evidence at the top of the stairs going down the stairs, and there's blood evidence at the bottom of the stairs. And I know that a projectile was found in the flesh of Gary Farris, who was on the fire. And I know a projectile was found with blood on it in the basement. So those are the facts that are known. What conclusions can be drawn? Anyone can draw the conclusions from that, but I don't necessarily have I think this happened or my opinion is this, because we deal with fact, and those are the facts.
So you just don't know?
I can't testify that I know exactly where he was shot now.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Redirect.
I don't have any redirect, Judge, but we do have something we need to take up outside the
All right. Well, we're going to take a break anyway, so y'all can step out.
Thank you, Judge. State recalls Addison Farris.
All right, Ms. Farris, you're previously sworn, so you're still under oath, okay? And you can hear us all fine.
Can.
All right. I'm going to turn you up a little bit.
There you go.
All right.
Okay, Addison, we're kind of going to pick up where we left off. Did you have a chance, and I think there might be a little bit of a delay, so I'm going to give you a second before you answer me. Did you have an opportunity to review your forensic interview? I believe it was in 2019.
I did.
Okay, and was that helpful to refresh your recollection?
It was.
Okay. I'm going to start. We've already discussed you live in Maine. You do not live in Georgia, right? Did you come to visit your father, Chris Farris, in the summer of 2018?
I did.
And specifically in the month of July?
Yes.
What date did you arrive in July?
We flew in the morning on Tuesday the 3rd.
And we provided you, I believe it was Riley 1, the calendar of July.
Yes.
Is that helpful to refer to as well?
It was, yes.
Okay. Who is we? You said we flew in. Who's we?
My sister Ella and I.
All right. When you flew in, what did you do? What was the first thing you did?
I don't remember the first thing that we did. I'm not sure what we did after we flew in.
Ultimately, did you go to your dad's apartment?
Yes.
Prior to going to his apartment, did you travel up to Cumming or the Alpharetta area?
I can't remember if we I know that we dropped Ella off in that area. I can't remember if we did that before or after we went to the apartment.
Okay, so let's pick up on dropping Ella off. Who went and dropped Ella off in that area?
My father and I.
And after dropping Ella off, what did your dad and you do?
We went to my grandparents' farm.
Where was that? What city was that in?
I think it's technically Marietta. Sure. It's Alpharetta. Yeah.
Okay, so it's in kind of northern Atlanta area. Is that fair to say? All right. Who lives at the farm? Who lived at the farm at that time?
My grandmother Melody, my grandfather Gary, they lived in the house, and then my uncle Scott lived above the barn.
When you and your dad went to visit, who did you see there?
We saw my grandfather and my grandmother. We didn't see Scott.
Okay. And what were they doing when you arrived?
My grandfather was outside, and my grandmother was inside, so she didn't come out until, I saw my grandfather first, and then I saw my grandmother.
And what did you do while you were there?
I don't really remember. I remember I hadn't seen them in a while, so I remember, just giving hugs and them, saying that I I was more grown up, because they hadn't seen me in a couple months. I don't remember how long we were there, what we did.
At some point, did you communicate with Melody, your grandmother, that you wanted to stay at the farm while you were there visiting?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So once you left the farm that evening, where did you and your father go?
We went back to the apartment, I think, and then all I know, I went through my Snapchat memories, and I have a video at the ice cream place at 8 p.m. So I know that that's one thing that we did, but other than that, I'm not sure.
And that was the night of the 3rd?
Yes.
After seeing your grandparents?
Yes.
Did you spend the night at your dad's apartment that night on the 3rd?
Yes.
And do you remember if you slept with anyone or where you slept that night?
I don't remember.
Okay. Would it be typical for you to sometimes sleep with Jenna when you stayed over at your dad's apartment?
Yeah, usually.
So if you possibly would have stayed with her that night?
Yeah. So, I mean, I would sleep in the same bed as my dad sometimes. I would sleep in the same bed as Jenna sometimes. I didn't really like sleeping alone. I had nightmares, so.
Okay. The next morning would have been July 4th, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What did you and your dad and Jenna do that morning? Or tell us about how that morning began.
I don't remember waking up that morning. Yeah, I mean, it was so long ago.
Sure. At any point, this is kind of a big event in Atlanta. At any point, did you possibly go and watch the Peachtree Road Race?
I do remember doing that. I remember walking down and standing there for a little bit, but I don't have a lot of details about it. It's pretty clouded. So.
Okay. Let's go to later that day. Do you remember anything about what you did on the 4th during the day?
I know that we went to the pool. I also have a picture of me at the pool on my Snapchat. And that was around 1 p.m. That we were at the pool.
At any point on the 4th, did you travel back up to the farm?
Not until I was dropped off to sleep over there.
Okay. Do you remember, and you don't have to give a specific time, was that early evening, early afternoon, late evening, to the best of your ability?
I think it was early evening or maybe late afternoon, but I'm not sure when we actually went.
Okay. Who took you up there?
My dad.
Was anyone else with you when your dad drove you up there?
I don't think so.
All right. And when you arrived, did your dad stay and hang out? Do you remember what that drop-off was like?
So we went through Wendy's to get something to eat, and then I sat down at the table with Cameron and ate that and caught up with her. And I'm pretty sure, I think my dad came in for a couple seconds just to make sure I was settled, but if he did, it was short.
Did your dad eventually leave and you were there with Cameron and Melody?
Yes.
All right. Did you communicate with Melody? Did you have your own phone in 2018?
I did.
And did you communicate with Melody over that phone?
Yes, I texted her.
Okay. At this time, Judge, state moves to tender State's Exhibit AF1.
No objections? All right, go ahead. Submitted.
All right, Ms. Farris, I'm going to show you an exhibit. Okay, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And have you seen these before today?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you tell me whose number this is up here?
That's my number.
All right. And then you have this number saved as Melody Farris?
Yes.
All right. Is that who you're communicating with in these messages?
It is.
All right. If you could read text message, and I'm referring to this number over here, number 1 for me.
Hey, Cameron and I want to have a sleepover at the farm tonight. If it works out, would that be okay with you?
And what was the response you received from Melody?
How about tomorrow night?
Okay. And this is on what date?
That is on the 3rd of July.
Okay. And what was your response to her?
That's fine.
Okay. So moving down to the 4th. Did you, can you, if you could read this message that you sent to Melody on the 4th?
Is a sleepover at your house tonight still on?
And what was her response?
Yes, sweetie, it is.
Okay. And you said, okay, great. And then we also have some calls right here. Did you and her kind of call back and forth that evening?
Yes, it looks like it.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing for right now. Okay, Addison, when you and Cameron got to the farm that night, what was it that you were looking to do while you were there? What did you and Cameron want to do?
I had a lot of things I wanted to do. I wanted to see the animals. I wanted to get in the hot tub because I think that was fairly new. And I wanted to drive the Kubota.
So in order to do those things, what did you and Cameron, did you need to have someone with you? Could you not drive the Kubota yourself? Tell the jury a little bit about that.
So the last time I had driven the Kubota when I was in Georgia, I crashed into a tree. So I was very nervous about driving it again, and I wanted to drive it with my grandfather because he had driven it with me before, and it made me feel a lot more comfortable driving it. So I wasn't going to drive it without him.
Could you find your grandfather?
No.
Did you actively look for him?
I believe we did, me and Cameron. We went down into his office to look for him, just like pretty much throughout the house, because I remember asking my grandmother where he was because I wanted to drive the Kubota, and she said that she didn't know and that we should maybe look around.
Okay. Did you ever find him? Okay. Did you ever reach out to him on your phone?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So once you couldn't find him, what did you and Cameron decide to do?
We ended up sitting in the movie room, the TV room, and we just were on our phones and talking for a while. I think it was a couple hours that we were down there.
Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and share AF1 again. And at some point, did Melody text you to kind of clean up for the night?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what this message is here in number 11?
Yes.
Okay. And what time was that?
That was at 8:26 p.m.
Okay. All right. Did you guys go out on the property before getting in the shower?
So in my initial interview, I said something about seeing the goats, but I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. I know that in between the time of us being in the theater room and taking a shower, we didn't. But I don't know if there was any time before we were sitting in the theater room if we went out.
Sure. So then after you sat in the theater room for a while and went to clean up, what did you and Cameron do after that?
We hung out in the room upstairs for a bit and waited for my grandmother to fall asleep so we could get in the hot tub.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Did you check to see if how did you know she was asleep?
We kind of crept downstairs, and I looked at her door, and it was closed, and she wasn't on the main level of the house anywhere. So I assumed that she was sleeping in her room.
And then you went in the hot tub?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you were out in the hot tub. I mean, was it dark? Was it bright? What was it like out there?
It was dark.
Could you see any flames or fires?
No.
Did you see any smoke?
No, but honestly, we were on our phones the entire time we were in the hot tub.
So you weren't really looking for smoke or anything like that?
No.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about your relationship with Melody prior to this. Did you know Melody to have multiple phones?
I did.
Okay. Did you ever ask her why she had another phone?
No.
Did you know why she had another phone?
I assumed that it had something to do with the rumors about her cheating on my grandfather, but I never asked. I never would ask her about that.
Okay. Would she use this phone openly in front of you?
So there was like I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
So, when you woke up the next morning on the 5th, well, what did you guys do after the hot tub?
We dried off, went right back up, changed into our pajamas, and went to sleep.
All right. What did you do when you got up the next morning?
I'm not quite sure exactly what we did. I know that we didn't get up for a while. I think we woke up pretty late. And we made the bed. I know that from my first interview. And then I called my dad, and Cameron called Amanda. Because I think we were ready to be picked up.
Okay. What was the next thing you remember that morning on the 5th?
I remember my dad, Amanda showed up first, and then my dad did, and they were pretty concerned with the fact that we couldn't find my grandfather. So it kind of turned, and then Scott eventually kind of joined. It was like a little search party, and we ended up just like searching all of the places on the property until we eventually found the burn pile, and then I went back up into the room upstairs.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about, or what you can remember of finding what happened when the burn pile was discovered?
So, my dad, myself, and Cameron were on the Kubota driving, and we drove down through the woods a little bit until we kind of got to the burn pile. We weren't super close to it. I didn't actually see the burn pile, but I just saw my Uncle Scott and my grandmother standing on each side of the burn pile, and my Uncle Scott looked at my dad like he was like really pale, and he looked at him, and I think he said something about getting us out of there, or I don't know what he said, but because it happened so quickly. And then my dad turned the Kubota around and brought us back up to the house and told us to go upstairs and to not come out until he said we could.
And after that, were you kept apprised of everything that was happening after that, or were you not necessarily updated?
My dad wasn't texting me or anything. It was just me and Cameron up in the pink room. That's what we called it. It's the guest room that we stayed in. But it had a big window, so I could see, after a couple minutes, I could see police officers and paramedics walking by. And at that time, I was on FaceTime with my sister. But I was kept in the dark. I didn't know what was going on.
Was that really the last involvement you had in the case?
Yes.
That's all I have for you, Addison. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ray.
Good morning, Addison. My name is Michael Ray. I represent your grandmother. All right, I just got a few things for you, okay? And, well, all right, when you got to the house on the 3rd, you saw Gary driving the RTV, right?
I didn't see him driving it. I didn't see him driving it. I know that he was using it because he was working on the farm.
Yeah. And you had stated in your interview that he was burning recycle, you thought?
Yeah, that's what I remember. He was all sweaty, and he had something that he was burning in the back of the Kubota. I don't remember what.
Okay. And do you remember? I know you were 11, I think, when this all when it happened. Do you remember what time you and your dad got to the farm?
I don't.
Do you think would it have been before or after you sent the text message to Melody about staying the night?
I think it was before.
So, did you send the text message about spending the night before you got to the farm or after you left the farm?
I think I sent that text message after I left the farm.
Okay, so you and Chris went to the farm, and then your testimony is you sent the text message to Melody after you left.
I believe so, yes.
Do you remember how far is it from where you were staying at when you were here to the farm?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. But anyway, so y'all set up the sleepover for July the 4th that afternoon, right?
I believe so, yes.
And I think Ms. Frankus had showed you the text messages.
Yes.
And showed your grandma responded saying, yes, sweetie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, moving up to the 4th, you had stated, I don't think Ms. Frankus asked you, that you stated in your interview you went and saw the goats, but now your testimony is you don't know if you went and saw the goats when you got to the farm on the 4th.
I don't have any recollection of seeing the goats, so I'm not sure.
Okay, but you do understand, or you do recognize that you said in your interview that y'all went and saw the goats.
I do recognize that, yes.
Okay, because the DA's office sent you a copy of your interview, didn't they?
Yes.
Okay, did you listen to that interview?
I did.
Okay. Now, when you and Cameron started looking around, seeing if you could find Gary at the house, you didn't notice any blood upstairs or downstairs, right?
No.
You didn't notice any bullets in the basement?
No.
Okay. Didn't notice any gunshot holes?
No.
Didn't notice any? Didn't notice
We
any?
weren't looking for...
Oh,
I'm
just asking, but you didn't see anything either while y'all were looking?
No.
Okay. You didn't notice anything out of place in Gary's office?
No.
And then y'all hung out in the movie room for several hours before you went to get in the hot tub?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see in that text message, I think you said it was 8:26 when Melody said it's time to take a shower?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You got to say it out loud. We can't take...
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. Is that a yes?
Yes.
About 8:26, okay. And then after everybody was, after y'all had both showered, Melody came downstairs to check on y'all and stated, let's settle in because she's going to go to sleep. Do you remember that?
I don't remember. It's bits and pieces. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. But at some time between 9 and 10, you thought Melody was asleep, right? Because that's when you and Cameron went to the hot tub.
Yes.
And nothing out of the ordinary being in the hot tub.
No.
Now, on the 5th, when you woke up, Amanda got there first, correct?
Yes.
Did y'all have any plans that day, or were you just going to go, you and Cameron just going your separate ways, or did y'all have like a girls' day planned?
I don't remember having a girls' day planned. I don't think my dad would have come to pick me up if we had a girls' day planned.
Okay. Was your dad planning to come and pick you up before y'all started looking for Gary and all of those things?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, Amanda arrived at the house first, right?
Yes.
And y'all started looking around because she asked where your grandfather was?
Yes.
Okay. So now it's you, Cameron, Melody, and Amanda.
Yes.
Then eventually Chris and Scott.
Yes.
Okay. You ever recall hearing Scott saying anything about a missing gun?
No.
Now, you stated in your interview that when Chris and Scott arrived, they're the ones that essentially initiated the search. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Mr. Ray, shift just a little bit so that she can see on the camera and the sound can also get you.
Oh, I don't got my glass. I'm assuming I'm up there. I can't
You
see
are.
myself.
Just,
Can you hear me okay, Addison?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Chris and Scott initiated the search. You talked about that with Ms. Frankish. Hopping up to the 2 cell phones, you and Ella both knew about Melody having 2 cell phones, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would also agree with me that the Farris family in and of themselves, there's always a lot of drama going on.
You could say that.
There's a lot of gossip amongst the family members.
Most of it was true, which is.
but you knew about the affairs too.
Yes, everyone did.
Yeah, so everybody knew about these affairs. Let me ask you this though: did you know about Gary's affairs?
No.
Didn't? Had you ever heard the name Angela Phillips?
I have not.
Have you ever heard the name Joanne Ward?
No.
Okay. After you left on the 5th, I know you went home and back to the condo in Buckhead. You recall stating that your dad kept trying to get information about the case?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you recall telling during your interview that your dad also questioned you about the case?
I think I did say that. I'm sure he did.
Okay. Let me ask you this too. With because you weren't interviewed in this case until August of 2019, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did law enforcement or anybody reach out to you while you were in Maine about interviewing you? Now, granted, I know you were 11 or 12 at the time, so to the best of your knowledge, do you know if they reached out?
I have no idea.
And so you weren't interviewed for a year later, over a year later. How often did you talk to your father in between that year, in between going back to Maine and coming back?
Our contact kind of fluctuates. Maybe once a week I would talk to him, but we didn't really talk about what happened.
Okay. So he didn't, once you had left and went back to Maine, he didn't talk to you about what happened?
No, not really.
Well, he had to talk to you about something, or your mom did, because you found out your grandmother was arrested, correct?
Yes, my mom told me about that. That's all the information that I was given, but that was through my mom.
Okay. But your mom had to learn it from somebody, right?
Yes.
I'm assuming, did she learn it from your dad, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay. Okay, that's all I got, Judge.
all right, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Addison, when Melody texted you about having the sleepover the following night, what did you think about that?
I thought it was kind of weird.
Why was that?
She never said no.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Addison, wasn't it?
Wait, get up there first.
Wasn't it true that when you came down, that you were grounded?
No.
Action relevance?
Well, she said no. So.
Okay. Yeah, it was no. With and also just one other thing. When you got down here, y'all literally went straight from the airport, dropped off Ella, then went to the farm, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it was after you left the farm, headed back to Buckhead, you asked about spending the night.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
All right. Anything else?
No, go.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You can be excused.
Thank you.
State your full name for the record, if you will,
It's Ashley Gordon Pope,
and spell it, if you would.
ASHLEY.
Where do you work right in the morning?
I currently work for Cherokee Fire and Emergency Services as an arson investigator.
How long have you been doing that?
Been over there in November, it'll be about 5 years.
And before you worked as a firefighter or in the fire department, where did you work?
I work for Cherokee Sheriff's Office. I'm not a firefighter, I'm a fire investigator.
I apologize. Will they claim you as a firefighter or just an investigator?
I think they'll probably claim me as an investigator.
Before you were investigating fires, did you investigate crimes?
Yes, sir.
When did you start in the sheriff's office?
Started at Sheriff's Office in January 2007.
Where did you go to the academy?
North Central.
How long was that?
I think it was probably 10 weeks at the time.
The jurors kind of heard how some people start out in the jail and stuff like that. Where did you
Yes,
start?
sir. I started in the jail, worked in there about 18 months.
And then after you got out of the jail, what'd you do?
I was fortunate enough to transfer straight into Cherokee Narcotics, C-MANS.
What is C-MANS? What's that?
So Cherokee Multi-Agency Narcotics Squad.
And you're a narcotics investigator?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were dope, as we say, did you learn a bunch of different skills?
Yes, sir, I did.
What type of things did you do when you were in narcotics?
I acted undercover. I managed informants. I worked street level narcotics. I worked drug trafficking organizations, things like that.
Did you have to go undercover at all?
Yes, sir. But the first year or so.
Did you get disheveled and grow out your face, your beard, facial hair, and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Did you wear kind of dirty clothes at times and go and make drug deals?
Yes, sir.
Did you flip informants?
Yes, sir.
Did you work with informants?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
One of the key parts of working narcotics is developing information. That's done by utilizing people who are within the drug trade and cultivating them to become informants to provide information to further investigations and to cultivate other leads.
Now, when you work with informants, did you find that informants are people too?
Yes, sir.
And they have different personalities?
Yes, sir.
Some easy to talk to?
Yes, sir.
Some hard to talk to?
Definitely.
Some need more persuasion or convincing to do something than others?
Yes, sir.
Now, if I were to ask you, based on the evidence in this case, if someone would say you were a good cop or bad cop, which do you think they would say you were?
I was definitely the bad cop.
Do you remember Rusty Barton?
Distinctly.
Did you have an opportunity to talk with Rusty at times?
Yes, sir. I conducted a lot of conversations with Rusty.
If you look on that board right there, we've got some dates written down. Now, July 6, 2018, that Friday, the TBI interviewed Rusty. I don't believe you're involved in that. Is that right?
No, sir.
July 10th, 2018, July 24th, 2018, August 2nd, 2018, and then June 25th, 2019. Were those interviews that you were involved in?
Yes, sir.
During the investigation, though, before we get to the interviews, can I tell the jury just real quickly, what did you do when it came to Georgia's side? Not the interviewing Rusty, but what did you kind of do before you got there?
I was introduced to the investigation on that Friday the 6th. I was requested to author search warrants and obtain search warrants to seize Gary Farris's bank accounts.
Now, you were a sergeant at the time in the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
And did you work to Detective Hayes?
Yes, sir.
Y'all not only colleagues, were y'all friends?
Yes, sir.
Y'all kid, kind of give each other a hard time, but do y'all get along?
Yeah, I think we get along pretty good. We're friends.
And when you work together, do y'all have similar styles or different styles?
I think that we have complementary styles.
Okay. You have skills and he has skills, different, but both have the ability to do certain things.
Yes, sir.
Was he the lead detective in the case?
Yes, sir.
Where were you at in the chain of order or type of seniority in this type of case?
So I was a sergeant at the time of this. I was running a different unit within criminal investigations.
What were you doing there at that time?
I was Over white collar crimes? Yes, sir.
Financial crimes and things like that?
Yes, sir.
RICO cases and whatnot?
Yes, sir.
All right. When this crime occurred, why were there so many people involved in this from law enforcement?
This was a grand scale investigation with a lot of parts in it. The property was large, but there's also a lot of moving pieces.
And at some point, did you go out to the scene the day, July 5th, when Gary was found?
I do not believe I did. I believe the first introduction was on the 6th.
Did you work with Detective Keykendall?
Yes, I believe that was the 7th on a Saturday.
Were you with him when y'all interviewed, was it Terry Braswell and Sherry Cooper?
Yes, sir.
What else did you do Georgia side in the case?
Georgia side, I did those interviews with Sergeant Keykendall and the search warrants. I went to the scene at one time when they were closing out the search warrant.
And then maybe about a year later, I think we saw you in a video where they're doing some test fires.
Oh, yes, sir.
But is it fair to say that the main part that you did in this case was trying to convince Rusty to give you some information?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's talk about that.
Yes, sir.
July 10th and July 24th, during those, were those the introductory interviews with Rusty?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury when you first met Rusty, how did he come across to you?
Rusty kind of presented himself as a typical kind of Southern guy that grew up in a rural town. He presented as a salesman, as somebody that was distinctly and immensely loyal to people, and that he lived a life based off his reputation.
Was he from that small town, that area in Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
When you first met with him, did you and Hayes have a kind of a plan of what y'all were going to do to see? Did you know how receptive he was going to be to law enforcement?
We did make some deductions by listening to the July 6th interview when we were driving from Cherokee County to Tullahoma. It's about a 3.5 hour drive.
What did you cull from that interview when it came to what it was going to be like?
Well, when Detective Hayes and I was developing our strategy, I noted something very specifically in that interview, that when TBI Agent Williams kind of challenged Rusty on some things, that he said she was pushy. So Detective Hayes and I decided that it would be a good strategy and a good tactic for me to be the bad cop and for him to be the good cop.
Now, did it come natural to you?
I must admit it. I can access it when I need to.
When you met with Rusty, tell the jury about how, at what point did it trigger with you that you're like, I've got to do something to see if I can get some more information from him?
Well, it was predetermined by Detective Hayes and I that the first chance that I got to be the bad cop, be that arrogant, assertive cop and the challenging, we were going to do that. And that related to cell phones.
At some point, did you ask Rusty whether or not you could look at his cell phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you remember what you said to him about that?
Pretty fair. Yeah, pretty accurately, I think I do.
Did you ask him a question about if he was innocent?
Yeah, I asked him along the lines of, say, hey, you've told me you're innocent. If you're innocent, you'll let me look in the phones.
Was his phone with him at that time?
No, sir. It was in the truck.
And eventually, did he let y'all look into the phones?
Yes, sir, he did.
And did you, during, I guess, one of the interviews, did you try to get into the phone through a kind of some software that we had called Cellbrite?
Yes, sir. On that evening, on the 10th, I tried to.
Tell the jury what Cellbrite is.
Cellbrite is a cell phone extraction device that you can hook up almost any type of phone to, and it will extract all kinds of data out.
When did you try to use Cellbrite to get the contents off of his phone?
I tried to utilize it during the course of that interview.
Did it work?
No, I was having trouble with it.
At any point, did y'all try to ask him if he would consent to bring his phone so you could download it at the sheriff's office?
Yes, we did ask him. We asked him to come down and bring it to the sheriff's office so a better person could use the Cellbrite.
And eventually in this case, was his phone taken and downloaded using Cellbrite?
Yes.
Judge, this time I'm continuing evidence, State's Exhibit A Pope 1. It's a extraction report from the cell phone from Rusty's phone.
No objection.
When you were talking to Rusty, during your conversation with him, did you ask him whether or not he had done anything in the phone regarding this case or anything like that?
Yes.
Did you learn whether or not he had deleted anything or was trying to delete anything?
We had learned that he had deleted a contact, Melody's contact.
Did he also rename her contact at some point?
Yes, sir. I believe he did.
Did you ask him whether or not, did y'all talk about whether or not he had any plans to marry Melody or anything like that?
Yes, we did.
You remember what he said?
Said yes. They had talked about plans. There was some conversations about whenever Gary was no longer in the picture, that they would have a, for lack of better terms, a certain like grieving period, and then they would come together and get married.
Did you ever ask him or confront him with the fact that he was searching for wedding bands?
Yes, sir.
And what did he say to that?
He agreed that he was searching those because they had made arrangements to get married in the future.
Let's go through. Is your computer screen on there?
Yes, sir. Is this touch?
Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is what I want to do is I go through APOP 1. This is the redacted. All right. You see where it's got numbers, and this is not everything off the phone, just some things for trial, but search items, I'm talking about, I guess, basically 17 here. Do you see on this exhibit, there's a number column on the left side here?
Yes, sir.
You see the value here where it talks about what was searched for?
Yes, sir.
And then this here has a time stamp. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
As we go through these, is it correct that this is July 9th, 2018, and then it goes to the last two are June 28th of 2018. Do you see those dates?
Yes, sir.
So this would be things that he searched on his phone?
Yes, sir.
All right, first one talks about, what is that?
Just busted.
And Safari, what is that on your phone?
That's a search engine.
So the first couple of ones here, all the way through nine are just, I guess that was news things related to the case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, there was a search done on the 10th one here on July 9th, 2018. What was searched for there?
If the police have your cell number, can they get all your text messages?
I guess that would be several searches. And then,
Yes, sir.
And then 16 and 17, what were those searches for?
Plain gold wedding band, both days or both times.
Now, number 16 and number 17, for the record, can you just tell us the date and the time that those were done?
It's June 28th, 2018, 7:07 p.m. And
June
then-
28, 2018. And Gary's remains were found on July 5th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
I'd have to do the math. About the week before, I guess, is when this search for wedding rings was done.
Yeah, 7 days maybe.
All right. I'm on page 10 of this report.
Yes, sir.
Number 29 for search items. Here is the body, what was looked for. What is the value there? What does it say there?
If the police have your cell phone number, can they get all your text messages?
And there are several searches for that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then 36 is a link on the internet that he was doing. What is the box here? What does that say?
How police can get your deleted texts, like they got Kyle Navins.
And then 38, the web history there. What is this one?
If the police have your cell phone number, can they get all your text messages?
And these are things that came up during his searches that he was doing?
Yes, sir.
When you were talking to Rusty, did you, as the investigation developed, did y'all ever have to come back to him and get him to clarify more information?
Yes, sir.
What ways did you do to try to get him, to convince him to give y'all more information?
We just stated the seriousness of the situation. We leaned into the tactic of good cop, bad cop. So,
Did you let him know the serious nature of the case?
yes, sir, the serious nature of the case, the situation and how things were evolving.
Did you let him know it was a murder case?
Yes, sir.
Possibly, in y'all's mind, a death penalty case?
Yes, sir.
Did you explain his position in the case and how y'all felt the evidence, how it related to him?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to talk to him about that on July 24, 2018? After you talked to him on the 10th, I think the 10th was like a couple interviews, is that right? Y'all broke it up, it was long.
We broke it up, but it was one long interview.
On the 24th, is that when he told you about the statement he said Melody told him about Gary being in the burn pile?
Yes, sir.
Now tell the jury, when y'all arrived to talk to him, did he just walk out to you that morning and say, here, let me give you this information? How did it actually develop?
No, he did not give us that information. The beginning part of the interview, Detective Hayes and I, once again, I'm playing the tactical bad cop. I start presenting with evidence with some intensity, and at that time, his lawyer paused the interview and they stepped outside of the room and had a conversation.
Intensity, let's tell the jury, don't use the words here.
Yes, sir.
Did you drop the F-bomb a lot?
Occasionally.
MF?
Occasionally.
You were cussing?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever get in his face, anything like that?
I got close to him.
Did you ever point at him or anything like that?
Yes, I did.
But did you ever touch him?
No, sir. Absolutely not.
Did you ever threaten him with any harm or anything like that?
No, sir.
Did y'all ever have to be separated physically or anything like that? You have to go outside and everybody calm down and you come back together or anything along those lines?
No, sir, but there are times that I left the room for effect.
What do you mean by that?
Well, as being the aggressive one and being intense, you want to create opportunity for him to talk to Detective Hayes. So you can't always be intense in his face the whole time. You want to create an environment where he will talk to Detective Hayes.
Have you been through the interviews and interrogation classes in law enforcement?
Several, sir.
Have you been involved in like the read technique and things like that?
I've been to some classes where they teach tactics like that.
Through your training experience, have you learned how to interact with people and do things like you talk about to see if you can get them to come across and give you more information?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever do the technique where you take a nice approach and you get up, step aside, and put your arm around them and tell them you're a friend and they can get it off their chest, things
Yes,
like that?
yes, sir.
Do you do, I guess, have you got even more aggressive than you did in this case?
I have, but not to the point of ever putting my hands on anybody.
How aggressive do you think you were with Rusty?
How so?
If you would say 10 is a fist fight and 1 is a normal conversation like we're having, where was it?
6 or 7.
After you would talk to him, would he eventually give you more information?
Yeah, Detective Hayes and I discussed that was what he responded to. So much so his lawyer even made some comments to me.
Was his lawyer there at the time that all the times y'all talked to him?
Yes, sir.
What was his lawyer like? Very smart guy?
Oh, yeah. His lawyer is very smart, very charismatic, very likable, and a very experienced lawyer that had worked on federal prosecutions and things like that.
Now, don't tell us what he said because
No,
there's rules for that. But did y'all, at times, would you meet with the lawyer and Rusty would be somewhere else?
And on this date, there was a period, yes.
And did y'all sit around at times and just, even with Rusty being there, did it undulate? Did kind of pressure would go up with everybody and then it'd come back down to normal and y'all would kind of talk and nobody screaming or yelling or anything like that?
Yes, sir.
And would Rusty do that? Would he come back and actually have a conversation with you?
Yes, sir.
Now, did y'all talk about, I think you like coffee, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to actually stop the interview sometimes and go get some coffee in Tullahoma?
Yeah, that was a little bit of effect, too. I wanted to leave Detective Hayes and them together, and I do like coffee, so.
Where'd you go get coffee, you remember?
Celtic Coffee, I believe, was the name of it.
How big is Tullahoma? Can you compare it to a city that we all know?
Oh, it's a small town. It's very similar to the town I grew up, probably 10, 15,000 people, something like that.
Did you and Rusty, everybody talk about that Tullahoma? you didn't have a good place to get a meat and three size.
Yes, sir.
I mean, did y'all talk about food?
Yes, sir.
Was that in the context of all these interviews and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Now tell the jury, maybe, I don't think I'm wrong, but tell the jury, during these intense conversations with Rusty, where he gives the information, I'm being a little facetious.
Yes, sir.
At some point when he does talk to you and after he tells you about what he says in the burn pile, y'all end up sitting around just eating candy?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what kind of candy it was?
I didn't remember until I refreshed my memory, but I know I didn't want to eat the watermelon candy. I remember that being on the.
Was anybody eating watermelon?
I can't remember, but somebody was.
Was everybody? You, Rusty, Detective Hayes?
Yeah, we were all together, even as lawyers,
Where were y'all sitting at?
at a conference table in the lawyer's office.
And would he get you drinks and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Do you find it to be a pleasant environment for the most part?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think on August 2nd, did y'all come up with some, I call them fake arrest warrants, but maybe it wasn't. What, did y'all use some arrest warrants with Rusty?
Yes, we did.
Tell the jury about that.
We, on that date, after some conversation and debate, we went and presented him with some information because we had developed some instincts and some conversations had been occurred that we thought Rusty was potentially trying to play both sides.
In fact, did you confront him also at that same time about the recorder y'all had given him to use?
Yes, sir, we did.
And what did y'all think he was doing with the recorder when it came to telling the defendant something?
Well, it was revealed that he had told her about the recorder after we had given him instructions.
Would you give Rusty instructions and he would agree to things and then you find out that's not really what he was doing?
Yes, sir.
So did y'all confront him about the recording?
Yes, sir.
Initially, did he tell the truth about the recording that he didn't tell her?
No, sir. I think that's a good example, too, of me. I stepped out of the room for Detective Hayes to have a conversation with him.
Eventually, did he admit that he did tell her and was lying to y'all about not revealing it?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all talk about getting him to record calls on a Collio system?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury what I mispronounce it or I say it wrong all the time, but it's Collio. But Collio, what is that system?
I don't want to try to pronounce it because I mispronounce it, but yeah, it's an app that you can put on the phone that records conversations, and it also sends that to us real time, so we can listen to it.
And when you got Rusty to agree to do this, what was your confidence level that he wasn't going to tell her that he would or would not tell her that he's recording the calls?
I believe we were confident that he wouldn't, but that changed as the interviews and conversations occurred.
After the defendant was arrested, she was arrested on June, I think, 18th, 2019. That next week, June 25th, did y'all go back up and meet with Rusty and his attorney?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, when you walked in, and at that point on the 25th, did you know where he stood with Melody, how he felt about her?
He was still in a relationship with her.
Did you ask him whether or not they had talked around in person the recordings?
Yes, sir.
Did he admit he did?
Yes, he admitted. He described that they had got a cell phone just for them, that each had got a cell phone number for each of them to talk around that nobody knew about.
Now, at the time that he was recording these phones with the defendant, obviously you had the defendant's phone number, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You knew Rusty had a phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But did you know they ever had other burner phones?
No, sir.
Did you find out on the 25th whether or not Rusty got other phones?
Yes.
And did he tell you why he got those phones?
To purposely talk around so we wouldn't be able to monitor conversations.
On the 25th, did he, after y'all, is the procedure, I guess the development of that day correct? Y'all confirm about the phone numbers, meeting in person, going outside on new cell phones. Then did he say he had something he wanted to clarify?
Yes, sir, he did.
And is that when he recanted the July 24th statement?
Yes, sir.
How did that make you feel?
I kind of thought Rusty was selling me something that I wasn't willing to buy.
And
I didn't believe it.
And at that point, did y'all part ways?
Yes, sir.
And it pretty much was it over with Rusty at that point?
Yes, sir.
Now, as the case has developed, and when it came to recordings that we have, was that basically what we talked about? Was that your role in this investigation?
Yes, sir.
And when you were working to do these things, like going up to Tennessee and dealing with Rusty, were you said people were advising, was that your superiors in your office?
It's a team effort. We're always coming back to the office, kind of diagnosing what we have and explaining where we're at.
And at the time, were you working with the district attorney's office, or was it mainly just the sheriff's office y'all were communicating?
It's mainly the sheriff's office.
So the things that y'all were doing, that was brainstorming among the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, I'm not trying to say his name or anything like that. I just want to make clear that when you were working with prosecutors in this case, Ms. Frankish and myself were not in the case originally.
No, sir.
It was someone else.
Yes, sir.
But your interaction with the DA's office, because did you talk to Rusty about talking to the DA's office?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
But you never promised him anything, did you?
Absolutely not.
Did you tell him that you could not promise him anything?
Yeah, I explained that at detail.
Did you explain that you can talk to the DA's office, but you have no control over anything?
Yes, sir.
And you understand as in law enforcement that can you lie to a suspect?
You can.
And when you lie to a suspect, why can you do that?
Just to measure their truthfulness. We know facts about the case that they don't.
Is it sometimes you do that to see if they will say something true?
Occasionally.
But when you lie to them, are you lying to them for the purpose of getting a true statement from them, the truth?
Yes, sir.
And the last thing I want you to do is I want to make sure the jury knows this. On the 24th, when Rusty talked about the burn pile,
Yes, sir.
and he did give you more information, did you follow your training experience to make sure that you made it clear to him you're not trying for him to make a case or tell you anything you want to hear, you're just after the truth?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury how you would do that.
Well, I would explain to Rusty and his lawyer while he's present that it's important for him to give us statements that we can try to vet or try to deem credible.
When you were talking with Rusty, did you at any time, in any way, try to lean on him just to give you any information, even if it's not necessarily true, so you could use that against the defendant?
Absolutely not.
What were you after?
The truth.
Nothing further.
It's afternoon now. Good afternoon. I'm John Luke Weaver. Along with Michael Ray, I represent Melody Farris.
Okay. Good afternoon.
And I will be quick. But you
Yes,
were
sir.
you were in Seaman's, right?
Yes, sir.
What year to what year?
2019 to beginning of 2013.
You mean 2009?
Oh, excuse me, 2009 to 2013.
Okay, all
Yes,
right.
sir.
And so, and you went to school for interrogations
Yes, sir.
before Seaman's or after Seaman's?
During Seaman's.
All right. So, because in a lot of
But I had previous, just to touch on that, I've had previous interview training prior to working at the sheriff's office.
prior to that, what was that?
That was in the United States Coast Guard and U.S. Customs.
Okay. So you've been doing interrogations for a long time.
At the point of this, yes, sir.
Sure. All right. So how did you get into this case?
I got involved initially on that Friday to write the search warrants, the seizure warrants for the bank accounts.
Well, who asked you to do that?
I believe it was Sergeant Hands.
Okay. And how did you wind up getting kind of volunteered to go up to Tennessee?
Well, before that, it's an all hands environment where we're trying to get everybody that you can. So I had been asked to go with Trent Keykendall to do the interviews with Sharon and Terry Braswell.
All right.
So then that progressed into me assisting Detective Hayes.
Okay. Did you volunteer? Did Hayes say, hey, come on?
Like I said, we were having conversations and I did volunteer.
Okay. Because you got experience in this kind of thing.
Because I got experience and Detective Hayes and I have complementary styles.
And y'all done this before? Okay.
We have done interviews. Yes, sir.
So, just real quick, wedding band searches. Now, you were aware, were you able to find out through any of these interviews that he was dating another woman?
He was.
All right. So, it's possible that he was doing wedding band searches for her too?
I disagree.
So you say it's absolutely not possible.
He made statements that would lead me to believe that it was for Melody.
Okay.
We specifically asked him about that.
But he is dating another woman at the time.
He was.
All right. And when did you use the threat of the death penalty?
It wasn't a threat, sir.
All right. What did you say about the death penalty?
The death penalty, what I said in that this was an evolving case and that Rusty was in a situation to provide information. As it progressed, if there was information that led that it was premeditated or other evidence, that it could be considered a death penalty case.
All right. And you said that to him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then as this investigation progressed, you provided a false warrant where his name was on it, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was a warrant for conspiracy to commit murder?
Conspiracy to commit murder and concealing the death, I believe.
Okay. And you guys, and this is always interesting, and I don't think most people know this, but I'm going to ask it. So now he said, you can lie to suspects and people that you're questioning, right?
Yes, sir.
But if they lie to you, then they've committed a crime, correct?
Possibly.
That's all I have, Judge.
You right?
Yes, if I may. Let me make this clear. July 24, 2018, that's in the burn pile conversation that Rusty said, right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what day y'all, to the best of your memory, what day did y'all present the arrest warrants to Rusty?
That was on August the 2nd.
After that day?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And counsel asked you, could you lie to someone and can they lie? And basically it's not fair. You would agree, though, that if a suspect lies to you, they're lying to cover the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're using a law enforcement technique to actually get to the truth.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further on.
No follow-up.
All right, you said that.
All right, thank you, sir.
A motion to suppress that's connected to that. If parties agree to this, and Frank's fine with that, we could do that. I think when we put her on the stand and go through everything at one time, and then Ms. Frank is going to do all the substantive evidence stuff, and I'm going to already go all at the end, so if we could do that. After that, Judge, we do have some newly discovered evidence situation we need to address to the court after that.
Okay. All right, let's get started.
Do you guys want to know? We'll go ahead and call Lindsay Harris to the stand.
All right.
And Judge, obviously this testimony is for the court, so if there's anything you don't need me to cover or go over, it's digital forensics, so you can tell me to move on if you know about certain things.
All right.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Lindsay Harris.
How are you employed?
I am the commander of the Intelligence Division at the Cherokee Sheriff's Office.
What does that mean? What do you do?
I currently supervise a unit of intelligence analysts who provide investigative support, digital forensic analysts who extract evidence from devices, and crime analysis.
Okay, can you scoot your chair forward a
Yes.
little bit? Thank you. How long have you been doing that for?
I've been at the Sheriff's Office approaching 7 years, and prior to that I was at a federally run drug task force with the DEA for 7 years.
So this is a unit, and you're the unit manager?
Correct.
Okay. What is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice with a concentration in forensic behavioral sciences, and I have a master's degree in public administration.
Can you also tell the court about any certifications that you possess?
I am a certified criminal intelligence certified analyst with the International Association of Law Enforcement Intelligence Analysts, also known as IALEA. I am a certified cybercrime intelligence analyst, and I'm a real-time crime professional.
What did you have to do specifically to get all of those certifications?
It's a combination of work experience, education, and testing.
What was the hardest one to get?
Criminal intelligence certified analyst is the highest standard.
What did you have to do to get that?
So You have to have at least 5 to 7 years of experience in the field. You have to have, combined with education, continuing education, as well as a proctored exam, peer-reviewed essays.
You mentioned continuing education. What kind of continuing education do you obtain currently?
I continuously train on new technology. I've trained throughout my entire career in analysis and the technologies and the systems and the software we use.
Do you have to get continuing education for any of your certifications?
Yes, to be recertified. For the criminal intelligence certified analyst, it's every 5 years, and for the cybercrime intelligence certification, it's every year.
What do you do on a daily basis?
So the job of an intelligence analyst essentially is a investigative support arm for investigators and agents and detectives, in which we look at a vast amount of data or records, and we take it in, whether using software or open source or law enforcement databases. We bring it into a format that's easily understandable and organized to quickly make determinations and suggestions on what the large amount of data really means.
What you mentioned records. What kind of records are you looking at?
We look at all different types of records, from phone records, social media records, location records, financial documents.
Mostly digital.
Yes.
In digital format. You receive them in digital format, and then you run them through all of these programs you just talked about to actually be able to go through them.
Correct.
Is that a fair summary?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
So part of these records are phone records.
Correct.
What do you usually, when an agency obtains phone records through a search warrant, what do you get from the phone company?
So there's various types based upon what is asked in a legal document by the investigator, but at the minimum, you're getting the transaction of the record. So this would be, the date, the time, the direction of the call, the duration, what phone called the number, what one received the call. So that's simply the transaction. Is also called call detail records.
Do all of these records tend to come with location?
Again, it's specifically based upon what's written. So if you just ask simply for call detail records, you will not necessarily get a location tower. But if you get call detail records with cell site location, you are getting locations.
And is there also a way to get, tell the court about what a tower dump is.
So a tower dump is asking the physical cell tower, I need all the calls that registered through this tower during a given time frame, rather than call detail records, or I want all the calls to and from this telephone number.
So for a record, for cell records, CDRs is what we typically call them, right? Call detail records. Mm-hmm. You're giving the company the phone number, the subject number, and then they give you the records for that number.
Correct.
Tower dump is, here's all the calls that happened from all these numbers from this tower at this time.
Yes, you're asking the tower to tell you every transaction it took with every phone number based upon the carrier, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, etc.
In the phone records, do you sometimes get content of text messages?
Based upon, again, how the order is written. Some companies do. Some companies preserve that data for a short amount of time. Others do not.
Okay. And then do you also deal with cell phone extractions?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, do I need to go into what a cell phone extraction is with her? No. Okay. How do you analyze or go through an extraction of cell phone digitally?
So after the phone is dumped, we call it, or extracted, the evidence, it's placed into a report of some sort that is decoded from the technology that extracts that information. And these reports are given in various formats. There's something called Cellbrite reports. That's the actual system that extracts the data, and it gives us a readable report. You can also get a PDF version, an Excel version, and it's simply a report of the contents of the device.
Okay. So I want to next go to, we had geofence records in this case. What are geofence records?
So a geofence is when you ask a company, specifically Google is a very common one, given an area, a virtual fence, a geographic virtual fence that you put 4 coordinates on a map and connect them and say, within this area, I would like to know every device that was running some sort of technology based upon location in that area. Seclude all the other area, I'm just looking at this area.
And then when you get a return from that request, what does that look like?
Every company has a different format, hence why we need to use the software we do to translate the different types. But in particular, the Google geofence comes in an Excel type format.
What do you do with that Excel spreadsheet when you're looking at these records? What do you do with that spreadsheet?
So I always overlook the raw record, I call it. That's what comes from the company in, again, different formats, but a Google geofence usually comes in that Excel format that shows a date, a time, a latitude and a longitude, and then a radius of the most accurate, likely area that the device, the handset, is located within the parameters.
So the information that you received is from a device?
Yes, so we talked about call detail records and cell tower information. So that's network based. That's based on the phone carriers. You're asking Verizon or T-Mobile to give you information based upon the network, whereas the Google geofence, you're asking the provider to give you handset-based precision location. So it's not network-based. It's not based upon technically making a phone call or receiving a text message. It's based upon the location services of that device.
Like if you had a GPS in your car, like a GPS device.
Correct. Location services on your device.
Okay. Okay, so then in this, and I'm kind of just narrowing it down in this case, we had general Google records for certain Google accounts. When we obtained those records, what did those look like?
So those records were sent based upon knowing an email address that was Gmail or Google's. And those records were all encompassing based upon the time frame of the legal document of that account. The geofence is, again, based upon the geographic virtual fence. So only devices within that area versus all the information for a certain Google account.
In the Google account, or in the Google returns for this case, were there also location
Correct.
Services?
Yes, there were.
Included. And so the locations that were included in the geofence return, were they duplicated in that Google return for the certain Google accounts?
Yes, if the Google account was in the area of the geofence, it would have been duplicated within the geofence in the Google returns.
Okay. Okay, so when you go through all of these records, how is it that, let's pick one as an example and tell the court how it is that you would look through the contents of that record as an analyst?
Pick one. Okay, call detail records. They come in a format that usually the time zone is in something other than Eastern, where we are, and it's in a format that's very difficult to decipher. So we use a software called PenLink, or there's various other softwares as well, that ingest these records and decodes them in a way that we can look at the information and analyze it in a understandable format.
The records, do they come as like Excel spreadsheets, the raw records?
So every company, again, is a little different. Some come as CSV, which is similar to an Excel document. Some come as text documents. Some come as PDFs.
Okay. So I want to talk about how you apply your experience and your certificates and all of your knowledge when you're analyzing these. The strategies that you use and procedures that you use to go through all of the records we've just talked about. Is that something that is widely accepted in other jurisdictions?
Yes, I have done this type of work with records, phone records, and other types of records throughout my career in many other jurisdictions, in federal and state and local court as well.
The way that you have looked through records on all of your cases, is it widely accepted in the digital forensics field, the way that you analyze records?
Yes.
How is it that you know that?
Well, I have a group of analysts that works alongside me here in Cherokee County, as well as partnerships with other agencies and jurisdictions, and we are all constantly corresponding and learning from one another. And technology is always evolving, so sometimes a company or a new type of app comes along, and we'll receive records for it, and we'll bounce ideas off of one another, and we'll say, hey, how are you doing this with your records? Or it's very common in a criminal investigation to receive records of any type.
The programs that you use, depending on what records you're analyzing, can you talk a little bit about what certain programs you use, and if those are, I'm trying to think of the terminology because I don't know it as good as you do, but are they software programs that you have to privately purchase, or can you get them online as a regular layperson user? Can you kind of walk through the records specifically that we've used in this case and what programs you use to look through them for each one?
Sure. So since the beginning of my career, almost 15 years ago, I've used a system called PenLink. It is a privately contracted, bought and paid for government software. And it is very widely used in the arena of analysis. And I mean, there's various other softwares, but for the ingestion of records, we use PenLink.
Is it similar to Cellhawk? I know a lot of people know about Cellhawk.
It is.
Similar to that?
It is.
And then what about Cellebrite?
Yes, Cellebrite is one of the main softwares used for extracting information from devices.
Now, when you have coordinates from a geofence, search warrant return, what can you put that information into? What kind of software?
Well, the way it returns and it's readable, you ultimately can look at it and say, well, I understand that that's a latitude and that's a longitude. And you can take those coordinates and you can map them on Google Maps, or you can ingest it into a software as such, and it will map it for you.
And what about CDRs, like cell phone call detail records? Are some of them just incoming, outgoing, readable, like a geofence coordinates are?
They're readable. It might take some time to convert time zones again or understand how they abbreviate certain things, but most records also come with a key that you can decipher the records.
Right, like a PDF from the company.
Yeah, an explanation.
Here's what each field means.
Correct.
And when you run your records through software programs, do you then go back and verify with the raw records, with the raw
Yes,
data?
Absolutely. I always spot check my records. The system's very auditable. You can add in a column that says call number, and then you can look back on your PDF or your Excel, and it's going to give you the exact row or column they pulled that record from. And you can look straight across, and I can add in something that's called provider time. If my time zones were converted, it will show me the time that's on my raw record versus the time they converted. And I can say, yes, for sure, this is correctly converted.
Now you looked at the records in this case, State versus Melody Farris, right?
Yes.
Which included phone records for several users, so CDRs as we've been calling them.
Yes.
Extractions
Yes.
through either Penlink or Celebrate or what. I don't know if Penlink does phone. I don't know. And then the geofence coordinate return, but then also Google returns. So the actual records that I assume Detective Hayes or somebody had submitted a search warrant to Google, and they returned Gary Farris's email address with whatever it was that Google had on record for him.
That's correct.
So if he had a Google Photos account, like a backup cloud account, that came back. So it just depends on what the user uses, right?
It also depends on what these companies store.
And what's asked for in the search warrant.
Absolutely.
Okay. And you put together a presentation after looking through most of these records, almost all of these records, to help the jury go through the timeline of the 2nd through the 5th of July of 2018.
I did.
Okay. And will that assist and help the jury understand those records?
That is the goal.
That is the goal. And does that presentation, are those facts and the data within it, are they sufficient, or did you verify them from the raw data?
Yes.
And putting together this presentation, all of those methods that you just described that are reliable and widely accepted within the community. Oh, I'm sorry.
I said something.
Did you use those to put this presentation together?
Yes.
We're going to talk about that in a minute, about leaving your phone there and walking off without it.
And then you applied all of those principles and methods reliably to put this presentation together.
I did.
Okay, Ms. Harris, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Weaver because I'm not quite sure where we're going to go from here. So,
this is the witness jar. We're going to try to get this report that's attached to the exhibit to the motion.
That's correct, Judge. That's the exhibit.
which report?
There was, Your Honor, I
The
think...
exhibit to
Oh, the
Mr.
whole
Weaver.
Yes.
And I'm afraid you guys filed
And
supplemental.
I guess let me ask, well, before you get started, Mr. Weaver,
Not filed.
the we're talking about the whole. There's a bunch of what looks to me like a demonstrative exhibit
Correct.
that goes through and correlates various conversations and phone calls and text messages back and forth between various folks. Then there are a series of other reports at the end with
I can, if
data
you
points.
would like, Judge, I can go through right now with Ms. Harris about the last kind of the tables.
Right, the tables is what I was.
Sure, I can,
Yeah.
before Mr. Weaver starts, I can kind of go through.
Okay, let's do that a little bit, and
Sure.
then
Okay.
this may require some back and forth, and to the extent that it does, that's fine. We can break it up into logical chunks. It's fine.
Ms. Harris, at the end of that presentation, and kind of within it, you compiled some numbers for certain data within Ms. Ferris's and Mr. Barton's phones. Can you tell the court how you did that?
Sure. So those numbers, we're talking about the blocks, large numbers.
Yeah, first let's start with, yes,
Okay.
the calls between Melody Farris and Rusty Barton.
So we received call detail records for both
That's not really what this is about.
Okay.
So that's something that's just call times. Anybody can add that up. I don't think an expert would be. I'm talking about the maps that she's created with the radius, the circular radius.
Oh, the geofence.
The geofence. Yes, that's what this whole motion is about.
That's it.
That's it.
Okay.
Well, the activity and the steps.
And yes, and those.
Okay, so we'll go. We kind of already talked about the geofence. What Mr. Weaver is referring to is the coordinates that we were just talking about. Can you tell the court how you mapped that coordinate? Those coordinates for the geofence clips that you put in your presentation.
So the geofence returns show a latitude and a longitude, and they show a certainty marker or a radius, and it's in meters. So the latitude and longitude can be plotted on a map, and Google states their certainty, if they say 10 meters, they are giving you a 10-meter certainty that in the middle of that latitude and longitude with 10 meters around it, that device, that handset is in that area.
And so, how did you plot that data?
So the geofence data, the Excel spreadsheet, was ingested into my software Penlink, and it takes the coordinates and it places it on a map, and it draws a circle around it with the meters in which the record shows. Now, as I always fact check, I as well will go to Google Earth and I will plot the latitude and longitude on a map, and I will take the measure tool and I will draw a circle from the point, and I will do 11 meters out, 10 meters out, 400 meters out, whatever the record says.
For the activity, you tell the court how you looked at Ms. Farris's activity within her phone.
So within the data that was extracted from the device, there was a section called activity sensor data, which is under the application in the iPhone called Health. And I by hand took the information, the data that was in the Cellbrite report from the contents of the phone, and I manually graphed the distance in meters that were given in the Cellbrite report and the steps simply into an Excel graph.
And that's it?
That's all I did.
Okay. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Are you wanting to ask questions now, Judge?
You go ahead and then there's something.
Could we switch over to the Elmo? Trust me that the irony is not lost that I'm talking to a criminal intelligence data analyst, and I'm going to be using analog technology. I believe it's on. Okay. Blue light's on. Okay. Hey, and all I'm doing is just kind of the raw data. Let me go ahead. I mean, you've seen it, but look.
Okay.
Just going to go through that one. Sure. Okay, so my name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody Farris. So the first document I want to show you, do you object to me omitting any of these?
No, no.
Would be Harris 2.
No.
And I've got to zoom out.
No. Just move it.
Top of document. No. Top of document. Now zoom in.
Okay. All right. I'm showing you what is marked as Defense Exhibit Harris 2. What is this?
So there are 3 phases of a Google geofence
Okay.
that have to be, can be done. So phase 1, you ask Google, based upon the 4 points on a map that I've drawn, my virtual fence. I want to know all the devices within here. That's called phase 1. That's the response you get right here.
So what is this? What are these numbers?
Google calls this an obfuscated ID, because Google doesn't want to give you anything that you might not need. So they mask any type of identifier for us to say, I know for a fact this phone is here now. So Google is telling us there are 3 devices within the geographic fence, virtual fence that we drew within that fence. So then you decide, do I want to do phase 2? Now I know I have 3 devices.
Okay.
So phase 2, you write another legal document and you say, now I want to know the locations outside of the fence of these 3 devices. These devices remain masked, these, like you see, these numerics that we can't tell what it is, until phase 3, when you decide, based upon looking at the locations of these 3 devices in the totality, I've decided 1, 2, 3, or none are relevant to my investigation. Therefore, I need to know the identifiers of the device.
Okay. So now I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit Harris 1. What is this?
So this can be one of 2 things. This could either be the subscriber that was given in return of the Gmail records request, or this could be phase 3 of the geofence request. This is simply the subscriber information for a device in the name of Gary Farris.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what is marked as Defense Exhibit Harris 3. What is this?
So if you remember the document you showed me first, that device ID, the 1894125 at the end there, that is one of those obfuscated IDs that Google provides. This is the result of phase 2 of the geofence. So this is giving me all the locations in the given time frame for this device ID. This is one of the 3 devices that went to phase, I can say, this is one of the 3 devices in phase 1 that was in the virtual geofence. Phase 2 was done on this device ID, which provided these latitude and longitudes with the date and time in phase 2.
Okay, so in layman's terms, this is the locates from Google of Gary Farris's phone device.
So I would have to match that device ID to phase 3 to make sure that that device ID is the one Gary Farris is.
But presumptively it is.
This looks like a return of a geofence, correct?
Okay, this is what you did. This was the raw data that you took and you put into, I believe it was the PenLink program?
I did use PenLink, yes.
All right, so now you didn't just sit here and draw. So you created an image. That's what the point of this motion is about. You created an image circling where Gary Farris's phone was and when that was, right?
Correct, based upon these records.
Based upon these records.
Yes.
But you ingested this data, this raw data, into a proprietary program, correct?
That is correct, and I also did use open source to fact check it.
What do you mean open source?
I could go to Google Earth or Google Maps, and I could put in the latitude you see there in the column latitude, the longitude, and I could use the measuring tool on Google Earth and the maps display radius. That's showing you 10 meters within that latitude and longitude. And that's where you get that circle on the map.
Okay. So let's talk about how PenLink works, this program.
Sure.
Can you tell me about it, how it works?
Yes. So PenLink ultimately is a software that ingests records from various sources, as we talked about, and it just makes it easily readable. So it'll take this Excel document, whatever this is, and it'll put it into tables that show, the same thing, your target ID, your date, time, duration. Here we don't have duration, but your latitude, longitude, and then your meters of certainty.
Has Google approved using PenLink software for their information?
I don't know that answer. It is widely used for geofences.
Okay. How do you know that?
I've used it throughout my career many, many times.
You've used it.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Is there other softwares?
I'm not sure. I don't use CellHawk. I know that's another widely used software. I don't know if it takes in geofence. I know it does phone records.
All right. So let's talk about there's different types of geofences. So if you go to Verizon's, web page, you're going to see on there's passive and there's active geofences and things like that. What is that? What's the difference?
I don't have any knowledge of a Verizon geofence. I know.
What's the Verizon phone?
That's the network carrier.
Okay.
So that's network based. That's cell tower based.
Right.
Geofence is handset based. It's the precision location of the device based upon the location services.
Where are those signals going to? They're going to cell phone towers, correct?
Applications. You have the option to opt into location services on your device.
Absolutely, yes.
So that's where that's coming from. GPS, Wi-Fi, or cell towers. Those are your three options.
Okay, so what evidence do you have that this was using GPS?
So this is the geofence return. In the Google return, there's a column here that says source, and it has three options as Wi-Fi.
But not this document.
So this is I believe phase 2 of the geofence.
Okay. But you used another document that said.
So the Google return.
Okay.
For the Gmail account on the subscriber you showed me is the same records that are in the geofence for the ID of Gary's phone. So within the Gmail return,
Does it look something like this?
It would look more like records.
Okay.
That looks like a document.
A letter from Google.
But there is a column that states, I don't know the exact terminology, but it determines if it was a Wi-Fi signal, a cell tower signal, or a GPS signal.
So what signal was used in this case?
They were all three.
All three?
Yes.
But wouldn't they give different locations?
They do. So cell towers are far or wide, because the cell towers range can be 3 to 5 miles based upon urban, rural, the amount of activity the cell tower is seeing. Wi-Fi is obviously based upon your Wi-Fi location, your distance to the router. GPS is usually your best precision location because it's based upon the GPS of the device.
Okay, so what was used in this case?
All three were in the records.
All right, so you took all three records and kind of came up with your own number, yes? Or the PinLink software did that?
The records give me that data. I did not do anything different than what the records show.
Right, but what I'm saying is you've got this variability over here. Map display radius in meters, right?
Absolutely.
And so if I get on my phone right now and I want to look at anybody on my Find a Friends, then sometimes there's a big circle, there's a little circle. Mm-hmm. So you took all three types, cell phone, GPS, and Wi-Fi, presumptively,
sure,
to come up with this number, yes?
No. So as you see here, 81, 50, 10, 68, in my maps you'll see there, they vary based upon that number. So sometimes there's a 10 meter, sometimes there's a 400 meter, sometimes there's 20 meters. It's based upon what the record says.
Yes, ma'am. But what I'm saying is, and I'll do the best I can. Again, I'm an analog person living in a digital world, so sometimes it's hard for me to ask this question.
Sure.
But you have taken three different types of data to create these numbers. Yes? The radius numbers, ma'am.
No, sir. I didn't create any number. The number is given to me.
It's given to you by Google.
By Google. So sometimes it says Wi-Fi and it gives 800 meters. The next record could say GPS and it gives me 10 meters.
Right.
So I don't add those together if that's what you're saying. I simply
does
map.
Does the PinLink technology do that? Or?
No, nothing's adding together. It's simply based on the record itself, the row. I can map each row of records. Now, those might overlap, but you could show that as well.
Well, what I'm saying is, they take these different versions, the cell phone mapping, the GPS mapping, the Wi-Fi, do they take all of that to create this radius? Google, do they do that?
Absolutely not.
Where does it come from?
They read the record that's provided from the company.
Okay, so Google just spits out a number and says, maps display radius 81 meters, and that's it.
Google provides us that information, absolutely.
But we don't know how they create that information, right? You just trust it. You just trust it because it's Google?
Google gives explanations of how they find their precision location.
Well, can you explain it? You're an expert in this field.
They do 3 different things based upon the device has to have 3 different types of things. Location services must be turned on. Obviously, there must be a Google account or an application running Google somewhere in the background. Now, obviously, Android phones are Google phones. So those phones are going to have, with location services on, far more data than an iPhone, which is run by Apple.
Okay.
It comes down to the user having location services on. The different information you get based upon if your photos are going to be uploaded is, again, based upon the user's settings. Did they choose to have their photos backing up to their Google Cloud?
Okay. But you didn't create this document, obviously. It came from...
Absolutely. This is the raw record from the provider.
Right. So what did the PinLink software do for you?
Simply reads this. Exactly this.
It reads it. I thought you could read this.
I can read, and I did. And I did map this also in Google Earth.
All right. So you use Google Earth, you use the PinLink software, and then you just did it yourself, correct?
I did it myself through using Google Earth, yes.
Through using Google Earth. So you checked Google with Google.
Absolutely.
Okay. What about Yahoo Maps? Did you try that?
And now, I'm a Google person, I guess.
Oh, okay. Well, it might be a good idea to verify Google with Yahoo. Just a thought. But anyway, what I want to know is, so then you drew the map that you've presented in your report, yes?
Yes.
You took a Google map.
Yes.
And then you took the pinpoint and you drew a circle of what you say is 11 meters or however many meters, because there was multiple versions of this.
Yes.
And you did it through the times, correct?
Yes, based upon, times, dates.
Okay. And that's how you did that?
Yes.
All right. Tell me, and here's my question. We got this report on October the 4th, your report. How long have you been working on this case?
It's been a while.
So I got to ask, how come you...
Did you get a report when you get it?
October 4th. How long, you've been working on it a while. Can you tell me how long?
Over the course of 6 years, it's been different types of work I've done on this case. I essentially started with just phone records, just mapping phone records and identifying users of phones as I could. As more records were given and I was asked to assist in more ways, so I did end up mapping geofence later, mapping Google later. But it's been fluid, and I've created lots of different versions of maps and records for this case.
But you got this report to us that's got all the messages and the timelines and everything in it after the trial started. Why?
I don't know why. I gave my work product to the investigative team.
When did you turn that in?
So things were changing as we were learning new things, and
just answer the question.
Yeah, I honestly, I think I gave it October 2nd or...
Okay, so nonetheless, still not on September the 23rd, which would have been 10 days prior to trial.
I don't believe the document was done at that time.
You weren't finished with your work. Okay. So definitely, you say you got it finished by October 2nd, which was the first day we were striking the jury in this case. Nonetheless, you say October 2nd.
I believe that's when I gave it to the investigator.
Okay. All right. And why did it take you so long?
So, a lot of records. So, I had to go through lots of phones, lots of records, and ultimately, again, to simplify the complex takes a long time.
It does, doesn't it?
Yes.
But wouldn't you think that you should get that report to us sooner so that we could then turn it over to an expert to check your work?
I got it when I got it done.
You got it done when you got it done. Let's talk about the activity sensor data that you've noted. Let's go back through that.
Sure.
How'd you get to it? Because let me stop, and I've had a thought. you noted something that you got from Apple in one of your slides regarding the activity data, about like how you equivalate one flight, things like that. Could you tell the judge about that?
Yeah,
I
if you
will.
don't mind.
Michael, do you have a copy? Just we're just looking for a slide where she references Apple data. Yes.
Yes.
The definitions of steps. Did you not get that? Something from Apple. You referenced some information you received from Apple in your report. I'll find it in a minute, but if that triggers your memory.
Well, so in analyzing the health data, I was curious onto how they calculate distance and steps. So if you merely go to your health data, your health app on your iPhone, it gives a description of how Apple calculates steps and flights and distance.
I think it was cut off in the criminal. That's why. But you got it from the app itself.
Yes, absolutely. So in the health app, it tells you a flight is equal to
Your app or on her app?
any Apple phone.
Well,
It's
what
standard.
about, okay, but what about this? So this was over 6.5 years ago.
Correct.
Maybe has the technology changed? Maybe they've updated the app and it might be different now?
So there's definitely enhancements today than there
Sure.
were in 2018, but steps, distance, and flights were in the health app in 2018. They're still in the health app now. Now you get a lot more stuff as like energy, calories, all these other things.
Right. But what I'm saying is maybe they've changed their standard base amount for a flight. That may have changed at some point in the last 6.5 years. You don't know, correct?
I actually did reach out to Apple as well, and Apple provided me their technology they have in the phone.
Tell me about that. Tell me about reaching out to Apple.
They use accelerometers, gyroscopes, pedometers. You know, I'm not at all an expert on the technology behind the scenes of a phone, what's in it that's measuring, but Apple was able to tell me that their precision, location, and calculation is based upon these certain measured techniques.
And proprietary to Apple that they don't share with anyone.
Correct.
Correct.
And did you try to use any kind of pin link or open source software to try to verify this information?
This information I used directly from the Cellbrite report.
So going back to this radius, like you really can't tell if there's plus or minus more than the 81. You're just trusting that information from Google.
Yeah, they provided in the record return what maps display radius and meters means, and it's the certainty.
Right. But that's from them. That's their proprietary information. That's it.
Yes, all I can deal is with the records I'm given.
And there's no way to check that, right?
To check how they know it's 30 meters or 10 meters?
Yes, ma'am.
It's based upon the record they gave. Correct.
Because you don't work for Google and you can't say how accurate that is. You really can't.
Yeah, I just interpreted the records.
That's all I have, Judge. And if I didn't already, I would admit Defense Exhibit Harris 3, 2, and 1.
Just a couple of follow-ups.
All right, go ahead.
Um,
Sure, I have some.
Yes. Did you do any physical examinations of anything, of actual devices?
I did not.
Just records?
Correct.
Any scientific experiments with this stuff? So I think you just stated that you just took the records and then interpreted the records.
That's correct.
We'll just go back to the
It's on you, Judge. Thanks.
Judge, we're
you
gonna wait to see-
testified.
We're going to wait to see what you do.
Have you testified in court about this technology previously?
I have testified about call detail records and cell tower locations. I have not testified on Google geofence.
Right. Are you aware, if anyone has, in your community?
Yes, absolutely.
Where?
In specific areas?
Yeah.
I can't give you specifics, but Google
Have
geofence.
have you been in trainings in which they have said this has been accepted and introduced in evidence in, Cobb County or Gwinnett County or some other case?
I can't give a specific area that I know for a fact, but I have been in many trainings in which the legality of geofences has been discussed.
You don't know until, again, you know what you've been told at trainings.
Correct.
All right. Have they given you specific instances in which it has been used in court?
I cannot.
Being used in investigations and provided to the prosecutors and all that is a different standard than being presented to a jury.
I cannot give specifics on if I have been given that.
All right. Does Google tell you, does your report tell you what triggers these events that result in each individual data log?
So there is another document again, that's phase 2. In the Google return, it does say it deciphers between Wi-Fi, GPS, and cell tower.
Right, but it doesn't tell you what event triggered the GPS location.
That's correct.
Ping for lack of a better term.
It does
right?
not decipher that. No.
So does it necessarily have to be based upon any activity?
As far as
so I presume I have an idea how it works, but I don't know how it works. But let's say you take a picture. Okay, the picture has metadata that has the latitude and longitude in it generally, right? All right. That would probably trigger a ping. Hey, I need to know what the location is. I've saved it so that we can either pull up the location later or have it populate that when we post it on Facebook, right?
Sure.
Okay. So but we don't know specifically if there's a triggering event or not for any of these. It's just the data that they collected.
I would, yes, based upon some sort of, it could probably be that back-end app refreshing of a Google app of some sort.
And is this sorted? I don't know which report. I don't know specifically what I'm looking at, but just the report, the Defense Exhibit Harris 3 report that we're using as an example, I guess. It's showing how is this sorted? Does anybody know?
that phase 2, Judge? Phase 2.
It looks like it to me.
Because, okay, like page 1 has stuff from July 4th, stuff from July 5th. Then the next page has stuff from July 3rd on it. It looks like it's sorted by source. So we have GPS. I don't know. Some of it says GPS, some of it says Wi-Fi. The stuff out to the side on the first page doesn't say what its source is.
Judge, would it be helpful?
You
What I can do is introduce the entire return with all of the data, and you can look at all of the data.
I don't know if it's helpful or not.
Well,
so on this,
and I can have her describe.
does she have? You got another? Someone got another copy of that she can have in her hand.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, all right, if you're looking at that document, the first page 1 of the exhibit does not have any information on the majority of the sources. Then on page 2, it starts saying Wi-Fi. Page 3 then says, or the last page, next to the last page, then says GPS and Wi-Fi. And the last page says GPS. So what's the source for the first page of data?
It believes those are. I don't see a source, just like you don't.
So where did it come from?
That's a good question for Google.
Okay. So how would you know, if you don't know the source, how would you know its accuracy?
Judge, we've just printed out everything we got.
And I'm just showing this here is that entire first section is one device ID. And then it starts with a new device ID. Where it starts
Okay,
with
got it.
Wi-Fi. So that's just one device, doesn't
Right.
have.
Okay. So which device ID does that correlate to, and are you trying to introduce that?
Let me double check.
I guess, or more specifically, which device IDs are you trying to get into evidence? And let's talk about that as opposed to talking about things that you're not trying to introduce.
Sure. We are specifically using Gary Farris's locations. Let me check this. And the first device ID that you see is Addison. And we're not using any of Addison.
4125.
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm just looking at the raw data. But yes, that 4125 is Addison.
Okay.
And then those two in between, the 65 came back, the 18165 came back to someone that isn't even involved in, like a neighbor.
Okay. Someone else that's happened in that same location. All right.
Then 1353 is Gary. And that's all the Wi-Fi and GPS from that point down. That's Gary Farris.
1353.
Correct.
So then,
and that is also duplicated in the Google returns. He had his location services on, presumably, because he had his locations from the Google returns as well for just his Gmail account generally. And so there are duplicate locations in those returns as well.
Now, Can you tell me why is there such a wide range for the Wi-Fi location?
That would probably be based upon the location.
Probably. So you don't know.
I cannot say why their numbers changed.
For example, sometimes I can find my iPhone on my watch, and sometimes it finds it, and sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes it'll find it in one location, and sometimes it can be in the same location and it doesn't. Right?
Right.
Everyone's experienced that.
Yeah, I could just.
It can give a different range whether or not the device moves at all.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes, and these ranges do differ.
Right. So it could be in that. It could be. Well, in fact, let's see. In fact, a lot of these numbers in the middle of the second page, the latitude and longitude numbers are, let's see, about starting with the fourth or fifth Wi-Fi number, right? The latitude and longitude are identical, correct?
Correct.
For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 entries. 7 entries even, at least 6. And there's a different range on the Wi-Fi, on the radius for each one of those numbers.
Correct.
And that's just based upon the fluctuation. Do you know why there's a fluctuation?
All I can say is it's what Google provides is the certainty of that location.
Right. So the issue I have is this witness doesn't understand the technology other than she just got the report from Google to describe the location data. So,
May I follow up on a couple of questions?
sure. I'm not ruling anything yet.
Right.
That's my concern, and we can deal with that. There's less knowledge based upon the Apple data because that is completely proprietary, and unless she's been in a seminar where someone has broken one of these things apart and tells you what the parts are and how they work and how they report data somehow, or can get an employee for Apple to say something about it, which, I mean, y'all, I don't know. Anyway, those are concerns I have. So see if y'all can address some of that.
Ms. Harris, when it switches, okay, we're looking at the radius and then the connection, and by connection, signal, right? So it's Wi-Fi, GPS, or cellular, right?
The source?
Yes, the source. Okay. And so the radius, you were saying, is the certainty of the location. So when you map it, it may show a wide radius. Like here in one of the entries, we'll say on the 3rd at 2255, it's like 149.
Correct.
So then when you map that and it shows 149 meters, you understand, and what would your testimony be about the certainty of the location of that? That phone could be anywhere in that radius.
Anywhere within that radius.
That's your understanding of that radius.
Absolutely.
And so if it's an 11 meter radius, you just know that the signal's tighter?
Correct.
Because the certainty of the location of the phone is a smaller area.
Correct.
Is that what you understand that?
It is.
Okay. I don't know if that helped at all, Judge. But also depends on how strong, I imagine it would depend on how strong the Wi-Fi signal is, and maybe if it's a weaker signal, and this is just me kind of pontificating.
Fluctuations in the radio waves based upon
Well,
the
and
weather.
so then the radius will get wider, and the location may be anywhere in that radius.
Absolutely.
So it could be based upon the strength of the signal. If the signal is super strong, maybe a tighter radius.
Correct.
I'm sorry. I have follow-up questions.
Yeah.
I know we're all asking questions.
You can ask a question, Mr. Reader.
I know this is a valid technology question. The device was for Mr. Farris was 18946841125, correct?
No.
No. What was his device number?
Based upon what Ms. Frankish has looked at, 211-181-353.
1353 is his.
Starting halfway down.
Addison's fallen too far.
So that's where we're using Wi-Fi, GPS. It's just Wi-Fi and GPS. Do we have any cell phone tower data on that for these averages?
In the records I'm looking at, it just says Wi-Fi and GPS.
Okay. That was my question.
All right, go
I
ahead.
know the court was asking questions regarding this, but for your map that you created, did you just cherry picked and you didn't use Wi-Fi? You used just the GPS coordinates,
Exactly. It's certain ones were highlighted in that.
right? But you disregarded the Wi-Fi because it was a much bigger average, and you didn't like that, right?
I mapped all at time. I mapped everything in its entirety, but for the simplicity of the presentation, certain things were chosen.
And you just chose GPS.
If that's what was chosen, yes. I mean, some of these Wi-Fi are very close range too. You have 16 meters, 31 meters.
But they vary and they change rapidly. I mean,
Absolutely.
we're talking all of a sudden one of them is 1,199 meters. That's a lot. I mean, what is that, like a half a mile, something like that?
It's large.
Would it be helpful, Judge, if I walked through that slide with the court and the defense?
Whatever you want to do, sir.
Well, I guess I'll just ask Ms. Harris this.
If you have a slide.
I don't have the thing.
Bigger issue is, all right, so we have, go ahead.
Well,
The technology, and then we have to deal with the timing.
so the points that we mapped for Mr. Farris, were they narrowed down by after he was last seen by a human
Yes.
and then forward?
Yes.
So it was based on timing,
Correct.
to figure out his movement, where he was, what he was doing. Maybe not what he was doing. We don't know what he was doing. But at one point, he goes to a restaurant and comes home. So we assume he went to dinner. But that was just within the time frame that I asked you to look into.
Correct.
Okay. I mean, she can map all the time if you would like her to.
All right, anything else, Twitter?
No, just argument.
Judge, you want to go into you want to do the Daubert side of it first, or go into the motion to suppress the time? It's all.
I mean, whatever. Yeah, I mean, I think y'all need to address all that because there's one. We have the.
Let's just put the project directs on it. Judge, may we have Ms. Harris just step outside?
Sure.
Okay, Ms. Harris, you're on call. We may have to call you back.
So you have another witness that's going to explain the technology.
I'm sorry?
You have another. You're going to have another witness that's going to testify on the Daubert side as to the
Oh, no.
reliability, or just argue. Huh?
That's it.
Right. That's what I understood. So you're just wanting her to step out during an argument.
Oh.
Yes, and we also may need her again, Judge, if you need more evidence on some things. We understand the timing argument by the defense, Judge, and we understand they have the arguments they're going to make on that, and they would also explain to the court that we did not have, no one was challenging Daubert in this case. And I understand they're connected, so roughly what our position is going to be is that you will see is we turned over all this data and this information as original evidence, phone records and things like that. And what Ms. Harris is doing is she is taking the raw original evidence and she's put it into a demonstrative force. So it's not under the statute 1716.4. It's not going to be scientific or mental report or some type of a physical examination of the device or something like that. So they're all related, but we're just asking them to keep it open so we can go into it and see where we end up, see if we need more evidence.
I just wanted to make a brief record about when we get
Timeline. Yeah, go
certain
ahead.
things
Go
and
ahead.
what
You
we
can
gave.
state in your
So,
place that information. Or
In 20
stay in your place, and if we need to follow up
Sure.
with some other.
February 6, 2020, they were provided the cell phone tower records, which are the tower dumps that she mentioned. They did do tower dumps, and so Ms. Harris would essentially testify certain numbers didn't come up in the dumps. Doesn't mean they weren't around, it just means they didn't use their phone if they were around, essentially. So what happened in this case initially in 2018 is Mr. Castellano did partial phone extractions using Celebrate. He handed certain reports to detectives. He didn't give them the full dump. When I entered the case, I went back to CID and said, we need the full extraction. So in 2018, they received partial phone extractions for a number of things. That included the full dump of the CPAP SD card and the full extraction of the TrailCam SD card at the time that was extracted. The Google records, the general Google records of the Gmail accounts that they requested came back, and they were served those in December of 22, December 13th, along with the geofence records, December 13th, 2022. And we reserved all discovery, I think, that day. I think we just said, give them all of it again, because time had passed.
What format did they receive this
So
geofence data
the
information
geofence
in?
data was raw data. The extractions we
But
provided.
did y'all have correlation? I'm sorry, just the easier way to do it.
That's fine.
Did y'all have information that correlated these IDs to specific devices?
They did.
That's
They
part
had
of the-
phase 1, 2, and 3.
All right.
Yes.
The documents we gave you, that's what we got.
Well,
There were more.
what
There were several folders and documents.
right? What I have in my hands doesn't give me any correlation as to what this information.
We didn't know what it meant, Judge. We still don't know. So that's why
And-
So is there anything? My question is there anything anywhere that says that y'all turned over that correlates this device ID, the 211181353, to Gary Farris's cell phone?
Yes. There's an unmasking. So it's in 3 phases, and I might need Miss Harris to walk through these.
I have, y'all gave me this third sheet, but that third sheet, to
So
my
the
view,
sheet that you have, so then there are subscriber information sheets.
right? That's what I have.
And those will have the
Okay.
the Google account ID is on the subscriber sheet.
Kind of. All right, the sheet that I see turns the Google account ID into a number in some kind of, like when you go too far on your calculator and it doesn't have enough room,
Like
and it gives you the E.
Oh.
That's what's on the ID that y'all just gave me.
Oh.
That's not an actual number.
Oh, no. So that's an Excel spreadsheet, and if you open the field, it's the full number.
Okay.
So
All right.
You have to pull the call.
yes, and so each Google subscriber has the Google account ID, and that's the ID on that form. So then you just look at the subscriber form and say, oh, this ID is Addison, this ID is Gary, and that's on the Google subscriber information.
So, all right. So let's. Y'all, at a minimum, are going to have to get an expert to look at this.
Right. And this entire time, we never got a report from the state with any meaning to it. If we would have gotten this 6 months ago, we, of course, could have gotten an expert. The state wants us to go get it's their case. We're supposed to get an expert to figure out what their evidence means in advance without getting a report from them.
Well, if they knew they were going to introduce it at trial, that would have been helpful. And if it had been done at a deadline, as we discussed in this case multiple times, I get things happen. Now, there's a recent case that was just published last 2 weeks ago from the Court of Appeals, where another court threw out a case based upon failing to disclose within a set deadline, but they said that was that unless there's bad faith, it's not. And
that's the milling.
No one has suggested that at the moment, and I don't believe that's what's happened. But it is problematic.
Judge, may I understand the court's hesitancy in this. On September 20th, we provided a drive with every witness and every exhibit. And in Ms. Harris's folder, I knew that her presentation was not finished. So I created extraction reports for the data that she was putting in there, and we reserved them the CDRs and the geofence and the Google returns. We provided them the Celebrate reader for every single cell phone dump. We provided portable cases for Axiom so they could open other digital evidence. We provided avenues in which they can open these things. When it comes to the geofence, Google Maps is essentially what our office uses to open those. We tried to do everything we could in this case to provide, and at every hearing I had mentioned, Ms. Harris is going to do a digital summary of this evidence. We just don't have it together yet because there was a lot of digital evidence. I had mentioned that numerous times. I mentioned that on September 20th again and provided a folder for her as a witness, and the data that she was using, I extracted Ms. Farris's activity into a report. I extracted her entire timeline from her phone from July 2nd to 5th. They had all of that at least by September 20th, but the numbers that were crunched by Ms. Harris when she analyzed, when she looked at those numbers and came and counted the total and counted.
Okay, you can just provide the raw data to the jury and then argue what it means in closing.
And I think that's when we've had the raw data. I understand that the state can list for me all the time. We have got hard drives on hard drive. We have spent ridiculous amount of money on hard drives in this case because the state has continued to inundate us with data that means absolutely nothing to the layperson for the last 5 years. And telling me there's going to be a report, I'm going to get you a report, Mr. Weaver. I understand that. We didn't get the report until after the trial began.
It's not a report. It's essentially her presentation to interpret.
Right. And I have to have an expert to refute this information. This is not the kind of thing that an attorney from Jasper, Georgia should know what to do or how to do. I need to get an expert to take this data and analyze it.
Yeah. You give them terabytes of raw data and don't tell them what you're going to introduce specifically. How do they know what to look at and how to correlate?
I provided okay.
Show me what you gave them.
No.
Show me the summary that you gave them on the 20th that purported to have this.
It should be in the trial exhibits.
Oh, I don't have that drive.
Yeah.
They were reports from Celebrate to narrow down the data and.
Judge, here, I can plug it in. You want to see
It
it?
was her activity.
Yeah, if you plug it in, it's going to be in the trial exhibits, Mr. Wright.
I'll just flip through.
And there's actually, there was 2 major exchanges of electronic evidence. I imagine there are both of them. Let's see.
I can go to my other example that if this were a civil case and someone was suing Pepsi and they're asking for millions of dollars because someone was in a wreck with a Pepsi truck, and we do a pretrial order that says this is the evidence and this is the evidence, and we're not going to have any other evidence. And then middle of the trial, new evidence is presented, or a new report is presented, or everybody goes insane and jumps up and down. And, it's just accepted in criminal cases that this happens all the time. And the civil lawyers lose their mind over it, because then they can't depose the witnesses about their reports. And there's actually a specific issue on scientific evidence in a pretrial order that says no scientific evidence will be admitted. And I have had a case where I excluded it because it was in violation of the pretrial order.
And Judge,
But in a criminal case, we just throw that out the window and don't care. It's okay to make the defense jump through, figuring out what everything means.
It could be too, Judge, that the state legislature cares more about civil defendants than it does criminal defendants.
That could also be. I'm not saying you're wrong there either, Mr. All right, Mr. Focus, what you got?
Judge, I just have the legal argument, but let's go through I know the court wants to see the exhibits.
Well, I have the exhibits that were attached to the motion.
I think we have more, actually.
Oh, yeah, the relevance. That's what we're talking about.
You're talking about what did they have from
the
us.
presentation, was not ready. But,
Y'all care if I just go up and
I
just show
provided
them?
the data that
I want to stand on I want to say,
Everybody stop and talk one at a
I
time.
am not arguing that the district attorney's office and Megan Frank, especially because everyone knows the data comes from her, she has given me all the data. That's not what we're arguing about. They have given us every bit of data, but that report, that's what I'm talking about. The pictures that we're not showing right now that the court has. That's what I'm talking about.
Right. Go back one folder. So that is one folder within one folder.
I've got that part.
Of here.
I know, but I don't want Ms. Frankish to think that's what I'm saying. I know you gave us all this raw data.
Well, we also gave you Celebrite to open the cell phone.
Well, you have to give us that anyway.
And we also gave you Axiom portable cases, which Blair did all on her own.
What does that have to do with geofencing?
The geofence you can put in Google Maps. And I didn't know you had any issues with any of this, or I would have helped.
All right, I still don't know what I'm looking for.
Well, no, you care about
Can I maybe explain what they are? Can we plug it in?
So, this is, when we went, they gave us trial exhibits. And you can see it was like, that was on the 20th, the 24th,
Right.
then they gave us one on the 30th. And it's organized by the defendant's name.
Right.
So you go,
Witnesses.
go to Harris,
Okay.
and then this is what Ms. Ringis is saying that she turned over.
Okay. All right.
Can I see what it is? Because I just want to make sure it's the one I'm looking. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he has it. He showed me the date. It says trial exhibits 9/30/24.
Is that where we exchange all the evidence?
Yes.
She done it twice, too.
We did, and I specifically asked about Ms. Harris's this exhibit, and she wasn't in town at that time, and it wasn't going to be available until after she got back. But then we still didn't get it. We didn't get it until after the
She
trial.
came in town and had to work on it because she was out of town for 2 weeks.
Right, but she had 6 years before this to work on.
That's not actually
It
true.
is accurate. This data has been out there for 6 years.
She says she'd been working on it for 6 years.
This one document that I just opened has 60,000 data points. Oh, I don't know what it is. It's the first one I opened. It said Atlanta something. All right.
Oh yeah, those are phone records for
Right.
Harris's cell phone.
Okay. So that one document has 60,000 separate entries. This one has 2,300 entries. And it's meaningless unless you take these two columns and expand them out. Again, you have to expand that out because it says 6.79E09, which doesn't mean anything. Again, if you were to print it out, unless you open it up and change the column width. 60-something thousand and 2,400. This one only has 269. And again, until you expand it, it doesn't mean it's almost gibberish when you're looking at it when it's expanded, but it's definitely gibberish when you're looking at it when it's closed. 260. On the other side, another part of all this is, for the most part, y'all agreed to the admissibility of the majority of these records. I don't know that y'all have objected to the raw content of any of this stuff. Is that correct, Mr. Weaver?
That's correct.
This document is 116 pages. I had a civil case where somebody introduced a digital photo. And then the attorney on the other side opened up the metadata in the file and was able to show that the document had been edited in the middle after it was taken. Anyway, so I mean,
Judge, typically to that point, I don't. If I expand the fields, it asks me to save the document that way, and if it's a certified record, I don't.
No, I mean
I don't like to modify.
It's not modifying the document. The problem is, again, unless you. I don't know what it's problematic.
Particularly when it comes to the cell phone, the call detail records. The company's giving you the records they have. We're only interested in, a very small portion of those.
Right.
And so.
But until y'all tell them what you're going to introduce, they don't know what to be looking at. Okay, here's another one. This one's got 18,000 entries.
Yeah, just we're only looking at certain dates. So if you're reducing by dates, we're not looking at all that. We're not trying to.
Right, but they didn't know what you were going to use. So far, I have seen almost 80,000 entries. And so, yes, y'all are limiting it to, 150. But unless y'all told them on the front end, hey, we're going to use these 150 at trial, that's why you're supposed to give them scientific reports, which is essentially what she's doing, is taking this raw data and putting it into a report that y'all can digest and present to the jury. Now, the issue that's going to happen next in these cases is then what in every case in which y'all do a cell phone dump, and it doesn't matter what my deadline is, because we had multiple deadlines in this case as far as what evidence was going to be presented and when it was going to be turned over. And I know y'all are dealing with what you're given. Okay, I get that. And y'all didn't get it until now. But we've all known this trial was coming up a year ago, was about when we started talking about when we were going to have it. And the alternative is, in retained cases, and more importantly, in appointed cases, Mr. Turchiarelli's office is going to have to give an expert witness, give expert funds on every case that y'all do a cell phone dump, which is every case at the moment, just about. And they're going to have to go through and extract the data and put it in reports to figure out what y'all might possibly do, because y'all don't turn it over to them until mid-trial. So there's no way for them to prepare for it.
Go back to the main
This
folders.
this is in the folder with the. I mean, again, here's another.
No, I know. I wanted to pull
Yeah.
up something specific.
There's another.
You're in a phone record.
1,200 records in that document.
Can you? Oh.
Oh shoot.
There's a senior research, Michael.
Yep. Work product.
Can you go back to here? Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm just pulling up the next one first. There's another 1,300. All right. Keeps wanting me to say that, and I don't want to change anything that I've done to it. All right.
If you could go back to the Harris exhibits 38 Harris. Like the folder, like come out of this folder and go back. Because those are not all exhibits. Those are just the records.
Right.
Okay. So the 5 through 9 is what I pulled for them to specify the that timeline. That's what I pulled from the phone extractions, because the phones are very voluminous. And so I pulled the data that we would be using for this. Essentially, it was a timeline. And then the last was a placeholder for her presentation, just said timeline.
Yeah. Nothing's opening on that.
Should just be a Word. Should be a PDF. I don't know why there's. Yeah, it should be similar to that. Yeah. So just certain text
y'all
messages.
use that all throughout the whole trial, and that's the text messages back.
Yes. So the celebrate. So because there were phone dumps, I went through and basically pulled what we were using from the extractions. So they knew what we were using from the phones themselves. Now the records, I didn't pull anything out because those are just certified records, and I
Judge, just look at that. All that is Melody. That's Melody.
Let Miss Frankish finish. Hold on.
It's fine. I'm done. I just wanted you to see. I kind of wanted to explain what you were looking at.
No.
Because the phone records, there's essentially one Excel spreadsheet we use, which is the incoming and outgoing calls and the times. The rest is stuff that they just send. But I wanted them to know that we would be using the phone records, the geofence, and then this specific data from the cell phone extractions. That's
do
her.
This with both phones?
Both phones?
Yeah.
Do what? I'm sorry. What both phones? What's the question?
1,000
We didn't
people.
have the other phone. The other phone was never found.
Okay.
We just had the one cell phone, but we got the records from the phone that wasn't found, which is how she communicated with Rusty. So we had those call times and lengths from the records, and then we didn't have any other data from that phone. And I think that's 2 months worth of her activity.
Right. But your report goes back a year.
It does, and she analyzed, yes, 1 year of her activity. That timeline is everything in her phone. I pulled that separately so that they could look at everything in a timeline format. But then there were other records that narrowed down more important information, like text messages about the credit cards versus debit cards, and then the beach condo text messages. And then I think
This is the folder for the Google records.
yes, and they're divided up by account, and then they're divided up by, I think, like the mail and then the location. Some had locations, some didn't. It's divided up, and then there's like one for photos, like Mr. Farris had Google Photos.
That folder's not going to open anything.
Those we necessarily didn't use any software to open. Those you can just open and access certain things. But like with Mr. Farris, you can open his location history and then like his photos, and it just shows the file that he saved or backed up to his Google Drive.
Is this the case you want to try it on?
Try geofence on it? Is that the question?
Geofence data, health app data, stuff that hasn't been vetted yet. I'm not aware that health app data has been utilized in a court anywhere yet.
But it's also just data and records from something.
We don't know how it's collected, where it's gotten from, what components are that utilize it. The witness doesn't know all those things. It hasn't been vetted through Dauber. Is this the case you want to try to do it on?
Judge, I think if part of the analysis that we're trying to deal with is there are some things that are original evidence, like these records. And I know the court knows Daubert because you've already had a Daubert hearing on that. And under 702, there's a difference between a Daubert type case where it's scientific or novel type of science, and then we have
your phone collecting steps and strides, and so I
think it's very
on the scientific evidence side. I'm probably more comfortable with the geolocation issues because it has a range and the circle is like a margin of error type thing. Right. And it's, I believe there's cases out there on GPS data. Okay. So the issue is, from my thought at the moment on that, is it's more of them knowing what the information they were given is, and it now being correlated and put in a report that they weren't given access to until recently. All right. And then their ability to respond to that. One, know what they have. One, be able to sort through 100,000 records to anticipate what y'all are going to give them before y'all give it to them when there were deadlines imposed for y'all to give it to them. All right. The issue on I'm not aware of anything, tell me how your phone collecting data is different than your phone collecting data with your steps and your heart rate and your activity, and it being able to take information from various sensors that it has that goes up and that it believes you went up and down a flight of stairs, and how that's different than an intoxicator.
Well, in many ways, intoxicants 5,000 argument is good for us because the case law is that you don't have to know how it works and the components in that.
But alcohol breath test devices is an acceptable and understood and vetted technology that has been allowed in court for years.
And I think
I'm not aware that health data from your phone has been.
I only know this because I watched portions of them, but it was used in the Karen Reed trial and the Alex Murdoch trial. But I don't know of any in Georgia. I had Miss Harris. She pulled an article about how forensically the activity can be used because we also didn't.
Bring me a witness that can explain it.
Sure.
I mean, that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
Well, Judge, I guess to cut to the chase, if the court, we have a legal argument for we don't believe that the report we have is scientific. It's not scientific. She didn't perform.
The collection of the data is scientific.
Well, Judge, I think if you look at Green v. State, 307 Georgia 171 2019 case, In that case, I think that's one of the only cases we have. Judge, my approach, actually, has to.
Yeah, we got a copy.
I do, Judge. And if I can go through this and have the court to look at it.
Yeah.
And the counsel's got this.
I'm not worried. I mean, I get the time.
I know, Judge, but
you can skip all. I'm not going to exclude it based upon.
I know, but what I'm saying is, Judge, if you look at Green v. State, let me just go to that very quickly.
Where's that?
And that is on page
4, page 4, right?
Page 4. And in that case, Judge, this is a new area because, we have work product. We have things that we make and present at trial just as the defense does. We gave this to them before opening so they would have it. In many ways, it's just a demonstrative of the original evidence. And I understand the court saying that there should be a report or something like that. But what Ms. Harris is going to do is she summarized the original evidence, phone records, cell phone records, cell site location information, steps, and all that. In Green v. State, it was kept out because the state objected and said the defense didn't turn over a scientific report that one of their experts did analyzed in a vehicular homicide type case. And the court in Green said that here the parties in the trial court seem to have been operating under the assumption that a defendant's intention to present any expert testimony required the defendant, in this case Green, to make available or to serve a report summarizing the entirety of the expert's opinion. It goes on to say, however, that is not what Georgia law requires. And then goes on in there and it actually analyzed where the things that they looked at, the expert looked at and based his opinion on. One, they said, well, maybe it's scientific. And it said the state didn't carry its burden. The court erred by excluding that, saying that it was scientific and they didn't turn over a report. And they looked at things that were done that they looked on. They said the expert formulated his opinion by looking at pictures, video, physically examined both of the vehicles, made measurements, created a 3-dimensional map, mathematically calculated the vehicle's speed to construct the accident. And the court said it was therefore based almost entirely upon his own observations and measurements of available evidence, as well as application of established principles of mathematics and physics to the measurements, which did not constitute a scientific test or experiment. And Judge, you actually raised a good issue talking today. And Judge, you have more technology knowledge than we do when it comes to a lot of these cutting edge issues in technology. But in Green, if you look at footnote 10, our court in Georgia said, by contrast, federal rules of criminal procedure require them to give more information and do a summary. Georgia statute does not contain any language encompassing the totality of an expert's testimony. And it goes on to note that it's also distinguished from civil cases, as the court mentioned today, because civil discovery, by contrast, provides more than in criminal cases. And then,
which is insane.
I understand, Judge, and I understand how the court feels about this. I understand the defense position too, but we want to make sure they got that before opening. We didn't mention any of this in opening.
I'm going to give you another example. All right. I'm going to share too much here. I have a little device on my arm, right, that talks to my phone, that measures my glucose level and gives me feedback to tell me what I should do and shouldn't do. And I sometimes modify my behavior on that. When I went and saw my doctor yesterday afternoon, did she rely on the information in this phone? No. She made me take a blood test. She asked me if I've been using the monitor. She asked me if I've been looking at it. She asked me if I've been following it and changing my behavior and my eating habits based upon the readings and results from it. But she didn't take this as true and accurate. She took 2 vials of blood from me and ran it through the lab, because that is an accurate measure and is not subject to random fluctuations, just like something being admissible in court. Now, another example would be the black box data from your car. But typically, when that information is introduced, there is an expert witness or a reconstructionist who understands the technology inside the car data recorder and testifies as to what that data is, what it comes from, what the sensors are, and how it works. And I have used that. Y'all used that in a vehicular homicide case a few weeks ago, or a few months ago.
In previous trial, yes.
Right, previous trials. So I'm not saying I think there has to be some kind of expert witness to at least attempt to explain it before we can present it to the jury, and we need to do that outside the presence of them. And then what the defense is going to need to do in response to that.
May I approach Judge?
And to that point, Judge, the article Ms. Harris sent me about the iPhone health application forensic perspective, it does talk about, if you have it in your hand, if you have it in your pocket, and all of those variables. And I think that is not only something I walk her through, but also right for cross-examination for sure. But those are variables that.
But I don't think she knows.
Discussed with.
Based upon my questioning of her, she doesn't know exactly how it does. I don't know that anybody does. There probably is somebody that's cracked it and figured it out and broken it down and knows what the sensors are and what the sensors do. But it still then runs through a proprietary software.
Judge, sorry, if I could, I would like the court to just, the one handout that I gave that has issue at the top. If you look at the statutory law, OCGA section 1716.4 and 1716.6, and the decisional law, I've got 5 there. Najarro, N-A-J-A-R-R-O v. State, October 1st, 2024, talks about, I don't think we're in the bad faith, the exclusion. The case that the court talked about, number 2, is State v. Martin. And that was a case that said just untimely failure, it's not bad faith, so we're not there. Murphy's the same thing, we're not there. Green, I think, shows, what Green says is there's 2 hurdles. They have to first show that this type of evidence is applicable to the statute, because the statute that they're going under in their motion is 1716.4a. And 1716.4a only applies to physical or mental examination or scientific tests or experiments. That's not what we have here. And even under that statute, sometimes prosecutors don't understand that if you have an expert that's done a scientific or physical examination of a person or mental examination, even if they didn't do a report, say we were trying to be tricky, we didn't do a report, 1716.4 says the state has to give an oral summary. But that's not what we're under. If you look at the very back of this handout on page 6, Muse v. State, 316 Georgia 639, 2023, it explicitly says that Muse and Darius contend that the state failed to timely provide discovery of evidence of text messages and other data extracted during the phone dump of Muse's cell phone by Investigator Watkins. And it goes on to say that that evidence is actually under 1716.4a3a. And I think what Ms. Harris's evidence comes, it's original evidence, it's phone records, it's data from the companies and things. It's not scientific testing or physical examinations. But in any case, Judge, I think we could probably narrow it down. If the court is saying that you're not going to exclude it, I think the remedy is if they need a continuance even during trial, because that's what they did in that case to get an expert, we can do that. We also they have the PowerPoint presentation. We gave it to them before opening, so they have it over the weekend. We gave it before jeopardy attached, before the jury was sworn. We didn't present, you didn't hear us stand up in opening and say, cell phone records going to say all this. Judge, we anticipate there are going to be issues, and we want to make sure we try a clean case. And we have worked extremely well together. We have disagreed about a lot of stuff, and you can see us get heated at times, but we have met together and turned over all this information. And we gave them the PowerPoint before opening. So they do have it. And they've had stuff for a long time. I think what I hear the court saying is, under the Daubert side, and the other handout I gave you is Daubert, and Judge, if you look at page 3, Dalbert, United States v. Barton, 909 F. 3rd, 1323. It's the 11th Circuit case in 2018. It says in Barton, it says, notwithstanding its critical gatekeeping function, the trial court is just that, a gatekeeper. And Rule 702 is a screening procedure, not an opportunity to substitute the trial court's judgment for that of the jury. In that regard, it's not the role of the district court to make ultimate conclusions as to the persuasiveness of the proffered evidence. It goes on to cite a case, and it says, vigorous cross-examination, presentation of contrary evidence, and careful instruction of the burden of proof are the traditional and appropriate means of attacking shaky but admissible evidence. I will submit to the court, if the court believes as gatekeeper that we haven't reached a certain standard, we understand that. But I ask the court just to consider that if this evidence is only original evidence that's been provided totally to the defense for quite some time, not only that, the state went out of its way to make a PowerPoint and did give them the PowerPoint before opening. A lot of this is going to go to what they can do on cross-examination. And if the court feels like that they need an expert, I just ask the court you can give a continuous for, it doesn't take long. I think Ms. Harris could testify that it doesn't take long to do this because they now have the information we're giving them and they can narrow it down. And the remedy would be a slight continuance for them to get their expert, and then we go from there. If the court is particular about a certain number of this evidence that is, you think has not reached the level of scientific acceptability and you need further evidence on that, please tell us what that is, and we will see if we can do that and present it after the continuance and take it up.
Well, my thought would be we're going to keep going and give the defense, do what they can to try to get someone to help them interpolate the data.
And we will have Ms. Harris available for them if they need help with it.
But and then if we need a continuance at some point, but we're not going to do that right now. We're going to keep going. I definitely need more information on the Apple Fitness data. I think the location data, although I don't know that, I think that is a different level and is more of an scientifically acceptable evidence, and that information was specifically provided, although not in a tangible, usable format, nor was it, and y'all going to show me a better, probably give me a hard copy of what your suggested PowerPoint is. Now, as far as there's another issue that I don't think y'all have addressed that I've started thinking about all this. And that is we didn't talk about her phone being searched for her health data in the search warrant process. And I didn't rule on that issue specifically, and I don't know if that's something that needs to be rehashed as well. I'll give y'all a chance to look up some of that, and we'll address some of this other stuff later again. But that may be something we need to look at as well. What I ruled in the search warrant was that catch-all clause basically at the end that says evidence of the murder, and whether or not that's applicable or not, y'all may want to look into. Now another issue kind of is do y'all have an objection to this witness's testimony correlating all of the information from the various sources to present to the jury?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
That's right. And just to,
Well, I'm talking about the conversations back, everything that's already been admitted.
the text messages, no, we don't.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Our major thing is the GPS stuff
Right.
that Investigator Harris was talking about, because as the court, while we inquired over and the court did, she doesn't know.
Right.
And I can't cross-examine somebody and be like, hey, what's the rate of error of this? What is the plus or minus in terms of meters here? Because she doesn't know. To get that information, the state would have to put that into somebody to Google.
Well, so that's, but my question was about the remainder of the exhibit, which is the
text message and stuff.
Text messages back and forth, phone calls back and forth.
That's
basically
all.
Most of that evidence has already been admitted.
Well, it's also
It's
a
a
preliminary hearing on the number of phone calls.
Well, it's a summary. Essentially, it's a summary witness. She's just taken all the stuff that y'all presented. One could argue you could just present that in closing without the need for the witness. But I understand. My concern about that is, how does she know where these sources came from? And did she go back through each one of these data points you're going to go through with her?
Oh, is that a question?
Yeah.
Which portion?
So, like,
she went and compared, like, to the raw data. She went back and checked the latitude ones.
So,
yes.
like the. I mean,
as far as like rate of error.
No.
Oh.
I'm. Y'all don't know what I'm. Okay. I'm talking about just the back and forth where you have a conversation with Melody and Rusty, and then a conversation 2 minutes later from Scott to Melody, and then.
So here's how that worked, right? We have an extraction, and I'm going to go with the number. The last 4 digits of the number 1987 was her personal phone, family phone. Then she had, 9029 was the personal phone, family phone. Then we had 1987, which was what everyone's been calling the burner phone. We only had the records from the burner phone, which are just in chronological order, incoming, outgoing, length, and to whom they are to. And then the family phone, the personal phone, 9029 number, we had the extraction plus the records, which overlap in some form or fashion with the call log. So
interspersed in those, you have. I felt like it was like.
So it's in a timeline format.
Y'all have created a timeline.
If sometimes she's on both phones, and so. What Ms. Harris did is she just went back to the records of the 1987. Her and Rusty made phone calls during these times, on these days, during these times, and then she combined it sort of with her personal phone so that we can kind of get a picture of what Melody was doing during these days.
Also interspersed in your exhibit is cell phone location data from Scott.
So then we show Scott out of the home.
And she has gone through and reviewed all those records.
And then so we had Scott's records and his extractions. And so his records had locations. The ones that came back from Melody, I don't think had locations, but her extraction did. And then obviously in her text message, you can tell if she's home or not. So, for Scott, that his locations are based on the cell tower,
right?
Not geofence stuff. So she mapped his cell towers.
Was that evidence introduced just through the record previously, but there wasn't any direct testimony about that yet?
We've not heard testimony about it yet.
Okay.
No,
Is that coming?
It would be through Lindsay,
okay. So
she would testify about his location at certain times, and that's what the presentation is for, to visualize.
Right.
He's leaving. I'm trying to think. I mean, essentially, those are all the records. She mainly uses the content from the phone extraction of Ms. Farris.
All right. What I really want to do for right now is stop and give y'all a chance to start trying to track down what y'all are going to try to do to analyze the information y'all have been presented with, and then report to me, Monday what you've been able to do, and then Monday afternoon, and then Tuesday morning, and et cetera, and continuously update me, and I'm going to reserve ruling on all this for now. We probably need to skip to another witness.
Hayes is Monday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. We still have more issues.
All right.
We want to check that up in chambers.
Yes.
We would also
Just we approach real quick.
yes.
Is there anything else we need to take up? What do y'all?
Judge, I will have a document I'll be presenting bright and early Monday morning, so I'm sure they're not entitled to be there. They're waiving their presence. They're not going to be there. But then we'll probably have something, another hearing.
Yes, we will be waiting till Monday. We may be filing some motions to exclude or sequestration issues, stuff like that.
However you want to do it, Judge, we'll take it up Monday morning.
Well, do we need to delay having the jury report? Hour and a half after lunch? Y'all gonna
Judge,
call? I expect y'all gonna have to call additional witnesses.
Yes. At least one.
Oh, yes, for that.
Not just the issue we've addressed, but the new
Right.
evidence that y'all have
We
got.
have Detective Hayes we can do, but from that point, we don't know.
Well, what I would like, since we've already given the jury instructions, the clerk's office can call the jurors individually and tell them, and I probably should have told them to double check the phone, but I didn't because, but we also, if we had a witness that we could start with in the morning, we could then excuse them after lunch and take up the issues after lunch.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Take the issues up after lunch.
And Mr. Fogus was
Bring the
talking.
jury here.
Could we start with a witness that y'all already planned on calling and do that Monday morning, and then do kind of like what we did today, and that is excuse the jury to lunch, and then it's take up whatever issues we need to address at that point, and then figure out how we're going to do that.
We would not be able to finish Detective Hayes,
Right.
but we could start with Detective Hayes.
We have jail
Well,
calls.
Oh yeah, we have jail calls.
We have at least Calios and jail calls, at least a day's worth. We could do that and stop at any time on Monday.
Okay.
And also the interviews.
And the interviews, but we need Hayes with that.
Yeah.
But just,
Well, you just need him to.
based on the
Y'all could play it, and then y'all are going to be able to connect it up, so that's not an issue in terms of really.
Yeah, they're not contesting voluntariness, so we probably, if we need time, but
You're still going to get to cross-examine them, but if can we play the video without the preliminary testimony?
We have plenty of audio to play. That would take up the whole morning.
Okay.
And we need
Why don't-
procedurally, I need to meet with the court on Monday for those documents. The witness is probably not available until Thursday, so we can plow through until Thursday most likely. Even if they start, we can take it out of order. But they're going to need to be. We're all going to need to be heard on the issue before.
I know.
And Captain Hans is going to be available whenever.
Okay. Then let's kind of plan on Monday to do kind of like what we did today, and let's go till 12:30, 1 o'clock. Excuse the jury, break for an hour and a half, and then come back and go through. Y'all are going to have to determine. We're going to have to deal with how we're going to.
Yes.
Logistics.
Right.
Also, if that witness is not available till Thursday, the site visit was also, which Mr. Weaver already told them, so it's also supposed to be Thursday. So I don't know. We may have to shut the whole thing.
Well,
She is.
Well, if she's available Thursday, she can be available Friday, and we can still do.
Okay.
She is available Monday. I don't know if that changed everything, but we do know Monday.
Well, At this point, we may not end ever.
And we would like to have that witness testify sooner than later.
I know, I understand.
Even if we have to stop at Hayes and go.
Yeah, I'm whatever we need to do to.
But when do you plan on having our hearing on it, on that issue?
If y'all are ready to present it, I mean, I would rather do what we did similar to today. If we needed to do it Tuesday, that would be fine too.
We have a witness here.
This may be an evolving situation, so
Yes, we have a witness locally, and we have a recording in court.
okay. All right, so let's plan on doing those, and we can talk.
Hands and then the recording. Right. So the court can hear all that we know.
All right, let's plan on doing
Monday afternoon.
half a day of recordings, and then do.
I'll start Monday with jail calls.
Yeah.
I've got those keyed up.
Okay.
We stipulate. So we do that Monday morning. Start those.
All right. Okay. With all that, until everything else changes, y'all.
And
We
then
can-
depending on what happens on Monday afternoon, I'll look at the issue, the public forum, and also the waiving.
Well,
It may not mean it may just do it normally, but. And for the record, the defense does not object to me filing my next pleading under seal.
all right, that's fine. Just we'll.
Copies will go, but the original will be sealed.
Just do an accompanying order, copy them on it, and
They always get my documents. I
yeah,
copy them.
and the motion and this motion to seal,
Yes, Your Honor.
and then prepare me an order for that, and we will take it up in the afternoon.
That will be coming by email probably Sunday afternoon or evening.
All right. Okay. Anything else we need to take up?
Thank you.
All right. We'll be in recess till Monday morning. Someone call the county and tell them to hook.